Good Saturday morning, everyone. Welcome back to an Extra Life live stream. We're back in Star Wars The Old Republic, and we're going to try something a little bit different this time. We're going to go through everything I can think of if you are new to the game, returning to the game, never seen the game, whatever. And we're also going to try to talk a little bit of history. Where things have changed, especially for returning players. So we're going to create a new character. We're going to talk about all the options. I've got a vanilla version pulled up on another machine. We'll try to compare where things might be different if you are preferred player or free-to-play player. I may or may not catch all of that. Obviously, this is my subscriber account on the screen. So keep that in mind as well. But I'll try to point out the differences. Just some things to note. I've obviously unlocked a lot of things. So you'll notice I have access to 100 characters. Looking at my free-to-play account, I have access to 4. So kind of keep that in mind. You know, there are going to be some things that you might see that are different. And I'll try to call those out as we go. I'll also probably be turning on and off the camera and the Extra Life information, especially in the character selection screen, because it will block some stuff. Okay, so obviously, again, some of the first things you're going to see. Over here on the left-hand side, these represent character classes that you have completed the original story. So this would be the original game, the 50 levels through Ilum. I think you probably get it at the end of Corellia. So these are the 8 class stories that do exist. In the original game, these were linked to the combat play as well. We'll talk about the changes that got made there. If you don't have these done, they'll just be like a gray color. They'll be blue and gray. And down here, it'll tell you like 4 of 8 completed or 0 of 8 completed and stuff like that. Absolutely, Nancy, do appreciate it. Yeah, is the bot working today? Let's throw the donation link in the chat. You should be doing. There we go. So yeah, we do stream for Extra Life. That's my donation page. You can also find it in the description down below. You can donate 24/7. Okay. Other things you might find on the interface. You've got a help center here. You've got the cinematics. Now I have access to all the cinematics. My free account also has access to all those. 4 of these. Hope to see return and sacrifice. No, hope betrayed. I think 4 of them are in the original game, and 2 of them are more recent additions. But you can rewatch these cinematics if you want. The cinematics are actually really well put together. Let's try hope. There you go. So you can see. They're actually pretty good. Now, I am going to be skipping a couple of things. Actually, I'll just mute the sound and we'll watch it. I normally play with my music off. So if we kind of go down to this next section, preferences, you've got a limited number of preferences here and then a lot more in-game. But what I do is, again, I usually have my music volume turned all the way off. It's not that I don't like the music. The music is actually really good in the game. It's just that if I play with the music on, I have to spend a week and a half doing copyright claim disputes and stuff like that. And I just don't want to deal with it. They fix it every single time, but it's just a hassle. So I just turn my music off. Yeah, the cinematics are great. They are really well put together. So if nothing else, you can find those on YouTube, so you can watch those as well. Okay, so that's just a personal preference because of the stream. But yeah, the music's actually really, really good. I just don't want to deal with it. So you've got your graphical settings. Now, we're not going to go through every single setting. But this is kind of your base settings to get you into the game. There's more stuff available once you get inside. I think that covers it for here. All the way down to, colorblind modes, right? If we look at this, it's going to change, for us, it's going to change the color of the interface. But it makes it easier for people who have different styles, different types of color blindness to actually see the interface. Okay, other things you might see here. There is a credits section. You can watch that. And while it normally won't load this, there is a server select screen. So this is the server I play on. I play on SWTOR Sean. You've got Shay Vizsla, Darth Malgus, Starforge, the Leviathan, and Tulak Horde. The French and German servers are for French and German speaking people. The interface won't be, like if I go to the Leviathan here, which I do have a character on, you're going to see my interface and my install is still in English, right? But the chat and stuff will actually be in French or German or things like that. Same thing applies, I believe, if you play on an English server, but are a French or German speaker. You can run that client, and the interface will be in your language, but the chats obviously will be more in English. All right, and then I believe the last selection down here is the quit button. That's just going to take you out of the game. There we go. So that's that. We've got that taken care of. Over here we have our character select screen. You can delete a character. You be careful with this. It does its best to not let you accidentally delete a character. I'm going to do this on a character that if I accidentally messed it up, I wouldn't get too upset over. But if you click on this delete, then it's going to ask you to type the word delete and before it actually deletes the character. It's permanent. I don't know of anybody who's ever gotten characters back. So keep that in mind as well. Hey, Debbie, how you doing? So the rest of this is just the characters that I play. You can just, work your way through. The list is always listed by the last character you logged on to. So this morning I logged into Zaxadia, Mantimus, my two deconstructions, Zaximus and Defil. So they just work their way down the list. So most recently played at the top. And again, obviously down here it says I am a subscriber. On my other account, it just says your account is free to play and click to become a subscriber. So it does give you that functionality within the interface. I can't tab over to that. I've got that on another computer, but there is a little bit of a difference there. Okay, I think that explains the opening interface. So let's go ahead and create ourselves a character. So we're going to click on this. Now, I've got an option here in that I have a token for a level boosted character. So this character would start at level 70. So it would save me from having to go through the first 70 levels of the game. Or you can create a new character. If you don't have access to this, I think it still shows it. Let's see, create character. Yeah, it just shows it, but it's grayed out. It's not accessible. I do not know if you can buy those tokens as a free-to-play or preferred, but I think you can. So we're just going to come down here, though, and create a normal character. So we'll grab that. All right, let me get this back up. There we go. All right, so we're presented with our first choice. Our first choice is which side we want to play for. This is a permanent choice. You can't change it for the most part. So when I say you can't change it, from a game mechanic standpoint, once you make this decision, you can't go back on it. There are some story sections, pseudo spoiler, that give you like which side do you want to support as you go through the story. But from a game mechanic standpoint, once you make this decision, this is a permanent decision. A lot of the decisions in character creation are permanent decisions. So you can't make those changes as well. Also, if you subbed and canceled or couldn't pay for a particular month or time. Yeah, so there's 3 statuses. Great point, Nancy. There's subscriber, there's free to play, and there's a middle tier called preferred. The way it used to be, and I think this is still true, if you subscribe for a month and unsubscribe, it unlocks all of the expansion content for you, and it doesn't take it away when you unsubscribe. And it puts you into preferred status, which means you have a few more perks than the free to play. And then the other way you used to be able to get preferred is just to buy cartel coins. I think you had to buy like $5 worth or something like that. But yeah, both of my sons both have accounts, and they're both preferred because they've subscribed off and on over the years. So preferred is I would recommend it. If you subscribe, it unlocks all of the, a lot of the expansions for free. So essentially you're buying, I think at this point, up to maybe Legacy of the Sith, the latest expansion. Now, if you unsubscribe, so if you only subscribe for that month, then new expansions you would not have access to until you subscribed again. Okay, so this is a permanent decision. It really doesn't matter which one of these we create. So I'm feeling a little Empire-y today. So let's go look at the Galactic Republic first, and then we'll make a Republic character. Okay, so this, if you are a returning player, this is going to be completely new. This whole setup has been revamped for a couple of reasons. The first, and this is an amazing thing from a gameplay standpoint, the origin story and the combat style are now separate pieces of, or separate choices. It used to be that if I chose Jedi Knight, right, I get all of this stuff, and I would get the, let's also turn on the, there we go. The only choice I had as a Jedi Knight is, do I want to be a Guardian or do I want to be a Sentinel? And that was it. Each of these then had 3, let's move our lightsaber out of the way. There we go. Each of these had 3 subclasses that you could kind of switch between. And that was it. That was your only choice. So if you wanted to play a certain style, you had to choose that origin story. They were linked together. There wasn't a choice. So Jedi Knight was Guardian and Sentinel. Consular was Sage and Shadow. Smuggler is not listed in that list. Hold on. There we go. Smuggler was Gunslinger and Scoundrel. And Trooper is Commando and Vanguard. They made a change, and this is an amazing change in that you can choose the story you want to play through now, and you can choose the skills that you have. Now, this is also an all-in type of change, right? If you choose Guardian, you can't also pick up like 2 skills from Sage and Assassin. As a subscriber, you can switch between a couple of these. We'll talk about that in a minute. But as a free-to-play, I don't think you can. I think you get a single choice. The other thing that is a little bit different, because I have unlocked a whole bunch of stuff on my account, you'll notice that when I choose Jedi Knight, I'm going to choose Jedi Knight up here as well. Oops, sorry. I said I was going to do this. Let's turn that off. There we go. When I choose Jedi Knight, I have access to both the light side and dark side choices. Until you have hit like 100% light side, 100% dark side, so light 5, dark 5, on a character in the game, it will lock some of these choices out. So for instance, on my free-to-play account, I've chosen Jedi Knight. I have Guardian, Sentinel, Sage, and Shadow, which are the light side ones, but these don't show up as a choice. So you can't pick the opposite alignment of the natural alignment, right? So obviously the Jedi are going to be light side, the Sith are going to be dark side. So that is a limitation. On the non-Force, so you're also going to notice here that this swaps out the classes. All 8 of these are available, for the non-Force. So that's just a limitation on the Force side. So as a Smuggler, I can choose any of these. As a Trooper, I can choose any of these. As an Agent, as a Bounty Hunter, I can choose any of these. As a Jedi Knight, again, if you haven't hit light 5 on a character in game, I can only choose the light side. And as a Consular, I can only choose the light side. And then as a Warrior, I can only choose the dark side. And as a Sith Inquisitor, I can only choose the dark side. So a slight little difference there. But relatively, it's a perk, right? It's a perk for hitting those things. Down here at the bottom, we have a gender pick. We can choose between male or female.
Life to serving others.
Completely different voice actors
my life to serving others.
for both of those. All right, so let's go ahead and let's grab ourselves. We'll stay Jedi. We'll do Jedi Knight. But if I wanted to here, I could create a Jedi Knight Marauder. Now, keep in mind, the way the combat styles work here is the Guardian and the Juggernaut are essentially the same. The Sentinel and the Marauder are essentially the same. The Sage and the Sorcerer are essentially the same. And the Shadow and the Assassin are essentially the same. Same thing over here. Gunslinger and Sniper are the same. Scoundrel and Operative are the same. Mercenary and Commando are the same. Power Tech and Vanguard are the same. And when we say same, they're what we call mirror classes. So a mirror class basically says the Power Tech and the Vanguard have equivalent sets of skills. They're named differently and they have different animations. So while a Power Tech might have something that like shoots out a flame, a Vanguard might have something that shoots out electricity, right? Other than that, they're the same classes. So you have essentially 4 classes with 4 mirrors. But there are 8 different stories. So if you really, really like the Commando carries the, the big heavy assault cannon. If you want your smuggler to be a assault cannon carrying thing, you get to play through the smuggler's story, but with the skill set of the Commando. So hopefully that makes sense. It is a huge change that was made. Again, if you're a returning player, this is way different than it used to be. But again, you can't mix. Can't mix the classes, and also force for force, tech for tech. Okay, so let's create a Jedi Consular Juggernaut. Completely different way of playing. And we'll stay with the female. All right, so again, remember, we're on the Republic side here. So we're going to go ahead and click on Next. The biggest change you're going to see here is depending on if you've purchased the tokens or done the in-game stuff to unlock things, you might have a limited selection of characters. So on my free-to-play account, I can make a human, right? So we can do that one. I can do a cyborg, or I can do a Zabrak. And I can't even do the cross-faction Zabrak. We'll look at that in a second. For my main account here, I have unlocked all of the species. They should still sell these on the cartel market. So they are achievable. So if you want to be a different species, you are limited in the free-to-play to these top ones here. Yeah, we'll do human because humans got great makeup. So I can zoom in and out on the character. I can still change the gender here, which is kind of nice. Over here, I can randomize stats or my look. Right, so if you there's a bearded lady. That was kind of freaky. So if you're just not sure what you want, you can just roll through these and see what you like. Now, if you're not familiar with what the characters are, a good way to do this is just start rolling through here until you see something. They're like, wait a minute, okay, that's a cool hairstyle. I like that, or a particular facial feature that you really like. You can do that. You can also randomize characters' names. So I can just roll through character names here. Star Wars The Old Republic forces a unique character name. You cannot... Oops, let me move my camera. I apologize. I forget that's on. There we go. So you have to have a completely unique name to everybody on the server, which means names are a little bit precious. Yeah, there's a few bearded ladies in there. I don't know if that is a bug or they've just opened it up. Let's see if we can find another one. I saw one with a mustache as well. We can manually do it if we want to. There we go. So this one has a mustache. So that's probably... Would that be in cosmetics? Let's look. Nope. Probably complexion. Yep, there we go. It's in complexion. Okay, so if I really find, let's say I really love my mustache. No, we want to go to the full beard. There we go. So I really like you can't select a beard, but in the complexion thing, I can select the 5 o'clock shadow there. Let's say I really like that. The other thing I can do is I can come over here and I can lock that feature in place. So now when I randomize, that feature is going to stay, right? So if you're just trying to figure out a character, you can work your way through this and be like, okay, I'm just going to randomize. Oh, wait a minute. I really like that hair. So I'm going to lock that down. And then I can randomize some more. So now the hair is not changing. Oh, wait a minute. That makeup, that's beautiful. So I'm going to lock in my cosmetics, right? And so you could actually work your way through this way. Oh, green hair. Green hair works for me. And skin tone. We'll say the skin tone's good. And so you could slowly just kind of randomize your way into a character. Lock that down. Lock that down. Lock that down. Lock that down. So now, if we hit the randomize button, nothing's going to happen. And again, I can randomize my names here. And this is basically it. That is one attractive lady right there. Now, what I tend to do, I don't use the randomize button a lot. I have two things. One, anybody who knows me, this will not be a shocker. But for all my characters, I have a Excel spreadsheet where I have these numeric values stored because I do have favorites. I have things that I like. But if I'm making a brand new character, what I often do is I will just take every single one of these sliders and I'll put it to the first slot, right? So slot number 1. All right, so slide all these down. So there we go. So now we basically have the default-ish model of a character. Yeah, no, right? No kid color. Anybody who knows me knows I live in Excel. I love Excel. As a systems designer, it really is something I use a lot. Okay, so then what I decide on is, what is most important for my character, and I try to figure that aspect out. So that is nice. So I just work my way through here, and we pick some things. Now, obviously, doing the hair color slider right now doesn't make any difference because our character has no hair. So if you give your character some hair, you can see the difference. On the interface, the last thing I want to kind of point out, you'll notice that these little, you can't type in the number, which is too bad because I would prefer that. But these little sliders have different amounts, right? So this one has 59 options. This one has 17 options. But you're also going to see that some of these are blue, right? So if I look at, let's go to human, female. So the cosmetics, I have 28 options on my free-to-play account. On this one, I have 33. The blue ones are ones that have been unlocked for one reason or another, usually purchased through some kind of cartel bundle or something like that. So 33, 32, 31, 30, 29. Let's see what I say. And then, yeah, so 28 is a normal. So you'll see it's still gray there. And then 29 is something that I have unlocked. So just like the species unlocks, again, eye color, same thing. You have 8 by default. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 are all ones that I've unlocked. You can really see this in the hairstyles. We get up to, let's see, hair. I have got, oops, it just logged me out for inactivity. This might happen while we're in here. It doesn't. The reason I write stuff down is the character selector doesn't treat you as being in the game. And so what will happen is you can actually get logged out for being inactive. So I'm going to open this one back up. It's not a big deal. It'll happen here in a second probably. And we will deal with it when it happens. So what did we choose? Consular. We'll do a guardian on this one. Next, make her human. There we go. So hair on my free-to-play, I have 53 options. On this one, we have 80. So that's 27 hair options that have been unlocked on this account. Some of them have been free because I was a subscriber. Some I've purchased. This one, inspired by Skeleton Crew. There's a character in Skeleton Crew that has this hair. I want to make a character with this hair. I love that hairstyle. It's a good looking one. There's some that are weird. There's some that are whatever your character you think should want. You should be able to find a variation. You probably recognize that one. I use that one on a lot of my characters there. So if there's a particular hairstyle that you're like, I've seen that hairstyle, why can't I find it? Like literally it doesn't show up on my free-to-play interface, right? These are just unlocked. It doesn't show up as like, you can't access this. Okay. Let's go ahead and go back and let's make ourselves a Sith character. All right. So same thing applies over here. No differences. Just your 4 origin stories are different. So on this one, we've got an agent, a bounty hunter, an inquisitor, and a warrior. I'm feeling like a bounty hunter, so let's make a bounty hunter. I can choose any of the tech classes. The 2 that would have been with bounty hunter are mercenary and power tech. But if I want to be a sniper or I want to be an operative, those are now open to me. I'm going to stay pure, and I'm going to go ahead and take the bounty hunter mercenary. That is one of the classes that it would have started with. And on this one, we're going to look at a little bit difference in the interface. So we've already looked at human. Now you'll notice that human has body type, head, scars, complexion, eye color, beards, face paint. In this particular case, this replaces cosmetics. If we look over here, this is cosmetics and face paint because the female to male difference. Face paint is something that is specific to the bounty hunter. So you're going to find some of these things may or may not show up depending on what character class you create, right? So here we've got a cybernetics section. Here we've got a tattoos and horns and hair. So a lot of these selection things are going to be either species dependent or class dependent. So for instance, if we go back and we grab ourselves a Sith Inquisitor, we go next, we come up here to human. There's a whole set of unique scars kind of based off of, it's almost disturbing, like almost like slavery brandings is what they end up being. But they do exist as well. I don't think it's what they're meant to be, but it's just like devotion, I guess, to your Sith origins. So some of these combinations you'll have to, just kind of work your way through. They may or may not exist depending on the class, also depending on the species that you choose. So you're going to see lots of differences in here as far as what you can and can't do. We'll start with human because the face paint is fun to look at. So again, what I normally do is I'm just going to essentially zero all these out. Go to number 1 to give us a base model. Now, let's say face paint is the thing I cared about the most. I normally, especially with cosmetics and face paint, I'll normally go to this like almost glowing level of skin tone here because it's going to make this show up the most. I'll be able to see what it is, right? So I'm going to work my way through my face paint. The skull one is interesting. I've used that one before. Oops, didn't mean to lock it. There we go. We've got that one. That one. This one's one of my favorite. Kind of looks like a creature of some kind. That one. And then again, I think that one... No, that's not blue. Okay, let's take this one for instance. So if we look at this, you can see, how much shadery stuff it is putting on. But now if I start to change my skin tone, you're going to see it changes the feel of it, right? The colors shift and you could lose detail. Like here where it's maybe darkening my skin. In this one, it's actually lightening the skin. So you can start to play around with, hey, how you doing? The 7.6.1 stream was okay. I can't say that it was anything that blew me away. It's nothing I didn't expect. Like, they made the standard announcements. Like, I don't get upset that they're having fun and things like that. Some people, that bothers them. I think that just means that they're comfortable with each other. Obviously, the big disappointment is with the story. It's like, I, like others, believe that is part of the voice actors strike going on, and I don't think there's a lot they can do about it. So if I could remove the fact that I'm disappointed that there was no story announcements and generally disappointed in the pace of content coming out, as far as what the stream was, it was standard stuff, right? Like, I've already picked up the Twitch drop that they announced. Oh man, I've only watched it once, so I'm kind of going back. But it's the standard stuff. It's like, new Galactic season is coming. I've heard both sides. Some people are happy. I enjoyed the Uprisings when they first came out, but kind of quit playing them when I went solo. So going back and soloing the Uprisings sounds fun to me. I don't think that'll be for everybody. Date night stuff for me, I think they said there's another date night coming. I never really did the romance options in the game, so I've only ever done one of the date nights because none of my characters, except for one, had any romantic relationship, so I just didn't have access to it. I'm trying to think, there's a new mount, a new bundle. I'm a subscriber, so I usually grab those anyway because it basically is close to my subscription fee. I'd have to look again. But there wasn't a ton. That's probably the biggest disappointing thing, was there just wasn't a lot of new information and content, which was kind of disappointing. So, okay, so obviously here, as we change our skin tone, you can see the effects it's going to have there. So for a character like this is probably what I would lock in first. I don't have my spreadsheet open. Let me open that up real quick. Now, another thing that I would highly recommend if you are making a character is create a character. And they actually, I think this came up in the live stream actually. So let me go to my character spreadsheet. Okay, so if I go through the skin color on my characters, it looks like I see 18 in there a lot. So I naturally ended on it. One thing I have found, and they did mention this a little bit in the stream, how it looks in this character creator is going to look a little bit different in game with the in-game lighting and stuff like that. So what I would highly recommend is, if you're like, you know what, let's say this tattoo and skin tone is what I really, really like. I'm just going to create myself a throwaway character. I'm not going to worry about the rest of the stuff. Or let's say I just want to test a couple of settings, right? I want to test to see what he looks like in this. And I really care about that tattoo, and I really care about the skin tone. I'm going to go ahead and start this character. And I'm going to mute the sound so I don't get... We're just going to skip through this intro stuff here. So I've muted the game sound so I don't get copyright claimed here. We'll be fine once we get past the intro. Okay, we should be fine now. All right, so I'm going to escape through this. Then I'm going to look at this character in game and say, okay, in this lighting, do I like what this looks like, right? And then I'm going to run out here, and I'm going to go outside. Now, unfortunately, you do have limits on where you can go. So the lighting out here on Hutta is going to be a certain way. Now, again, because I've been playing for so long, I actually have access to strongholds. So what I would probably do is I would say, okay, let's go to Alderaan. Because the Alderaan lighting model is going to be a little bit different, right? And I'm just going to kind of check out, does this look the way I want to in-game? Now, with cartel coins, You can change these things. It's going to play a little intro scene here. We'll skip that. There we go. So here you can see the lighting model is a little different. And also there we go. My key binds are different, but and so I'm going to kind of just check out, okay, is this what I want the character to look like? Now, like I said, if you have played a character a little bit and either they have updated things or you just want to change, let me find which one is it? Stronghold, not Coruscant. Not Meksha, Narshada. It's not that one. It's that one. Okay. I have more than one Narshada. So there is an in-game item, and we'll take a look at that real quick before we dump this character. So again, it's going to play an intro cutscene. We'll skip that. So here we have a customization thing that says, okay, I really wanted this character to look like this, let's say. I can pay cartel market coins and actually make that change. So you can completely redo your character all the way up to species, which is really weird if you think about it. You can't change gender, and you cannot change faction, right? I can't become Imperial or Republic. But you could rebuild your character. So if you have a character you've played for a long time and you just want to make the character completely different, you can do that. That change there would cost me 792 cartel coins. I don't know what the equivalent, money-wise would be. My random button's back, so if I want to randomize, I can. And then I can reset back to what I started out. All right. But we don't like that character, so let's go ahead and finish up our character creation. So we're going to pop out here. All right, so we've got Adinith Tayugord. We're going to go ahead and hit our delete button. Type the word delete correctly. Hit the delete. And that character is gone forever. All right, back into the character creator. So we'll go through this. Grab the bounty hunter, mercenary, male. Next. All right, so pick some of my favorites here. Head number, I think 4 for some reason. Is it 3 or 4? Let's see what my spreadsheet says. I see lots of 4s, some 3s. Also, it varies a little bit based off your species, obviously. So, but let's break the mold a little bit. Oh, that guy has a distinct jawline. Oh, because we're Zabrak as well. Okay, yeah, we lose the face paint. Let's go back to human. Okay, let's come out here. There's people have different thoughts on character creation. Some go for a certain aesthetic. Some try to make the ugliest character they possibly can. Ooh, that guy's got a jawline. All right, we're going with number 9. Okay, so body type, you've got small, medium, muscular, large. It's interesting. We'll make the large version because not necessarily fat. We'll take a look at that a little bit. Okay, let's zoom in here. Are there any scars? What's this guy been through? Has he been through the ringer, or is he fresh meat? You got like the creature scar. As a hunter, you might run into that. I'll admit, not many of my characters have scars. Oh, this one actually adds almost like a dark side rot to your eyes, which is actually pretty good. We're gonna scar him up, but something subtle. I'm thinking, Yeah, I don't care for the chin scar. There's one that's just... That one's not bad. I think there's one like that just over the eye. Let's see if we can find that one. There we go. You know, something's happened, but we made it through. All right, complexion. We're not going to go through all of these, but you can see there are plenty of different skin tones. There's like liver spotty ones. There's purpley, Sith-looking things. Some of them just have different eyebrows. So you'll see some repeating skin patterns with different eyebrows. Not a full-on character creator in that you can take each of these things and make them different. So here you can notice that like there is hair in the complexion separate from your hairstyle. So if you kind of like that, like, well, he keeps his head shaved, but you know, maybe he's a little bit lazy today type of thing. And then again, same thing here. There's a couple here at the end, battered and bruised. So that one, you know, kind of works along with the scars potentially. And this one is kind of like the Sithy guyliner type of thing. So, all right, let's go with something not 100% growth. Oh, then here's another thing to consider, right? Like let's grab, here we go. Let's grab this one. So a lot of red tones here. Now if we bring this back in, right, we layer it with the complexion, you're going to see it has an impact on the face paint. So I can spend hours in the character creator in games, not just this one, but pretty much any game, just because of all the subtle combinations you're going to come with, right? Like here, the battered and bruised I don't think works. But some of these ones that have kind of the... Oh, I just passed one. I think that's one right there. So if we take the face paint off, like you've got almost like this goggle burn, but with the face paint on, that's going to make these eye areas brighter. So you can play around with these, and again, each species have different things there. Let's see, what do we want? Oh, let's go with... Is that green? That's a dark green. Piercing blue. Oh, that brown had a reddish tint to it. What's crazy I hear? I got crazy Sith eyes. Bright orange. Steel gray is a little menacing. We'll go with the piercing blue. There we go. Okay, because I'm using the face paint, I'm probably not going to put a beard on, right? But again, same thing, a variety of beards in here. Hair, you know what? I said I like it, so let's go and grab the... There we go. The braid hawk, I think is what it's being called. And let's go to our crazy colors. What do we have for crazy colors? White, blue, orange. Well, the channel is orange, so we'll probably have to go orange. Actually, no, we'll go blue for extra life. Where was the blue? There we go. Extra life blue matches the eyes. Now there are, I think, is there another blue? No. No, the blue is just in the unlock colors. All right, there we go. Skin tone, like I said, I tend to usually float here in the center. Let's go crazy, though. We'll make him super bright. All right. So, there are some names, obviously, that it's just going to block. Oops. So if I hit play here, it's just going to say invalid name. Now, another error that you might get here, we type in gigawatt, name unavailable. So the difference between those two errors is Luke Skywalker is just, they're just saying no, you cannot have that name. There's a small number of those that are taken. Name unavailable means somebody else. That's one of my characters, so I know it's taken. Already has that name. Now, I can't remember. There was a recent name purge. Hey, Victus, how you doing? Oh, I messed up the scar. Where was our other scar? There it was. The eye scar. There we go. So some names might be available now, so try them out. Also, you can have a single space in a name. So if we want to name our guy... Well, here, we can just... If we hit the random button, we'll get... Right? So you can't add a space. You can add special characters. Test, like apostrophe test. It would probably take that. It might block on the word test. It's hard to say. Be creative in your naming. I know for me, this can be something that takes even longer than the character creation. Because I will go and I'll look up things like Latin words for certain things. I'll do letter shifting things where I'll shift a letter on a name and see what it looks like and things like that. Alt codes is something that some people use. Yeah. I know one guy that I don't know how much he plays anymore, but he had like 8 to 10 characters and they were all named exactly the same, just with alt codes. So I don't use them. So I'm going to just try a couple. Alt 23. That probably would be invalid. 56. That's 8. Let's try 80. SP 150. There we go. So that one's probably valid. Well, they call that an umlaut or something like that. So it's a U. What did I say? Was that 150 or 180? 150. So let's say I was going to name my guy Gut Punch, right? I could hit the G manually, then go Alt 150 to get the U, and then Alt 150 again. So that probably is a valid name. 232. Yeah, that's the E. I don't use them personally, but it is a way, like, if a name is taken, you can actually get a version of it. This is personal bias. I'm not telling anybody how to play. I kind of look at it, if somebody has the original name and you do one of these, you're probably going to get people who think you're somebody else anyway, and I don't want that. So I just find a different name. I've lost names over the years in some of the server merges and stuff like that. I think I'm on my 3rd server, or 2 merges, something like those lines. So I'll usually try to find something that makes sense. Also, if you ever look through my names, you're going to see a lot of patterns that I tend to use. Let's see. This is one I lost a long time ago. We'll see if somebody still has it. Yep. Because if I would have grabbed it, then I would have sat on the name a little bit. Okay. So we have our bounty hunter here. We're going to name him something. Oh, so I do this sometimes. I will hit this randomize button thinking it's this randomize button. As an interface design, I don't like this. So let's get this back to what we had before. I don't remember which jawline was my favorite jawline. We'll fix the scar. And we're probably going to get kicked out here in a bit. We got the braid hawk back, so that's good. We'll turn the beard off. Turn the face paint on. Go to our blue. Yeah, well, I can't do the neon. I'm going to go back to the 18. Okay, so right now his name is Podane Noctlitic. So sometimes I'll just hit this button over and over until I find some section of a name I like. We'll see if we can do this. Okay, Skull Ors Frundond. that. So I like that start, that skull. So I might grab that. All right. So Valcave. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I like that Valcave. So I'm going to put this skull back in. So skull Valcave. Like it. I think I could go with that. So we'll see if it's available or not. Yeah, the randomizer is nice. It's kind of like the one thing you're going to find, I'm going to save this name. So for instance, you'll see these names popping up, right? If I come over here to, let's say, a Ratataki, you're going to see that maybe didn't work. I thought maybe they've updated this. Oh, Chiss should give us some interesting names. Okay, here. In the Chiss, you can see they're putting the apostrophes in a lot more, right? It's part of the kind of the Chiss naming style. So the different species will have slightly different naming styles in the randomizer. So you might find something you like by switching species and putting stuff in that way as well. So, all right, we were human, right? All right, here we go again. Let's grab... We want some stern-looking eyes. That's what we're going to go for. Those are pretty stern-looking eyes. We'll get our scar back. There we go. We'll grab a complexion that... Oh, what about that purple one? Where was that? There we go. Let's see what that purple does. Eye color back to blue. No beards. Face paint back to our creature thing. Yeah, I kind of like the purple around the nose. We'll keep that. We'll get our braid hawk back here. Make it a lovely shade of blue. All right, and this with the purple now, we will go with the lighter skin color. I'm going to paste my name back in, Skull Vlad Kavi. All right, so we're through customization. We have a character. Let's hope it works. And yay, the name's not taken. Okay, I'm going to kill the game audio here. So it's just going to be me for a second. So the first thing you're going to get here is, the classic Star Wars scroll. Now, what I'm hearing is the Star Wars main theme, right? Bum, 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 bum. So you're familiar with it. I have muted it for the stream because it will get me copyright claimed. It's not a strike, so it's not horrible on the channel, but it is a claim, which messes up monetization and all kinds of stuff. So that's why I play with no music. Okay, if I want to, though, I can just hit escape, and it'll get us past that part. And now I'm going to turn the game audio back on. Okay, cool. So you say press spacebar to continue. We will go ahead and watch the intro cutscene here. So every class has a unique intro cutscene. You start on different planets depending on what class you're in. So the agent and the bounty hunter start here on Hutta. The Sith characters start on Korriban. The smuggler and the trooper start on Ord Mantell, and the Jedi classes start on Tython. Now you'll notice that our armor is different than what was in the character creator. It would be nice to be able to either take off the armor or have a starter armor button instead of the more in-game armors that they try to put on there. I like I just randomly take somebody out. Nobody says a word. So there is probably music here. You can see even in that scene, the blue almost looked blue-green. Part of that's because of the lighting model on Hudda here.
Hey now.
Indeed. The main attraction has arrived. Team, this is the man we're pinning all our hopes on. Best shot I've ever seen in Nerves of Steel. He's great hunt material, all right. What do you say, Hunter? Ready to meet your team?
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go through this opening scene. Now, actually, we're going to skip some of it. If, let's say, you want to do something and you don't want to commit to anything right now, I can hit the escape key, and I can redo that intro cutscene. So let's talk a little bit about the interface. This is the default interface. Some of the first things that I do is I update my interface to where I like it. So if you've never played before, you can actually open up the interface editor. There's two ways to get to it. If you hit the escape key, you can go to interface editor, or down here on your main bar, there's open quick UI custom interfaces. You can open up the interface editor here. You can also save interfaces. So these top 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you cannot edit. But you can select one as a base, edit that interface, and then in the interface editor, you can actually save it. It will auto save an interface if you change it. So you'll notice here, I don't have anything with my character's name on it. But what we're going to do is we're going to pop into the interface editor, and we are going to move this map down to there. All right. Now, if I want to save this, you're going to see that it automatically created a new interface called Skull Vlakeve 1. This is now available in my list, and it's available to all of my characters. So you can create a single interface and use that across multiple characters. So the one that I think I'm currently running is just DG YouTube. I think this is my standard interface. So it's nice if you're going from character to character. If you figure out a interface that you like, you can actually save it and reuse it. Okay, so that's the first thing I do is I set my interface. The second thing I do is I'm probably going to move my default things here and put stuff on the interface where I almost always have them. Now you'll notice if you've watched me play before, up here at the top you can see hotkeys. Down here there's no hotkeys on any of these. So the next thing we need to do is we need to actually go into preferences and go to our key bindings and set all those key bindings, right? Now, I can go through here and I can manually set the key bindings to all of these bars and things like that. But if I come over here to key binding import export, you can save key bindings as well. Now, obviously the first time you do that, they won't be available. But once you get your key binding set up the way you like it, come over here and type in a name and save it. Because then any character you create from there on out, you can just click on this. I can click apply, and you're going to see all my key bindings just clicked in there at the bottom, right? So that is well worth doing. Now, from character to character, if now I wanted to come in here and change any of those, I could, but it is nice. The one thing it doesn't do, let's say I make an update to this and I resave it, I'd have to go and manually apply that to my character. So it doesn't load up it doesn't load this up automatically. This is a manually loading process. But once you get it set, it's not something you're going to change a lot. There's some differences for Starfighter in there. And then we'll go through this preference thing here in a second. So now, like my movement keys are the way I like them. My rotations and my strafes, I actually move around different than the defaults. My mouse key bindings work, right? So I've got an auto run on my mouse. If you look down here, it's probably not going to do anything. Yeah, there it is. You can see it's flashing, that C7. Actually, no, that should be C2. Okay, I don't think I have my mouse. I think I've got my mouse set to Stardew right now. But like I have my interrupt here. Those are linked to my mouse. So I've got everything set up the way I I want to play the game. Something that you will notice, we'll go through this in a second. I have 102 emails waiting for me. That is something that, depending on how long you've played, you may or may not have from the opening get there. Okay, so the other thing that I'm going to do, that I always do when I first start a character, is I'm going to go into preferences. Now, a lot of these preferences are account-wide. Some of them are not. So we'll start up here in controls. You know, some of these, you know, it's a longer video to go through every one of these preferences. If there is a preference that you're wondering what they do, pop it in the chat or pop it in the comments. I'm happy to answer those questions. Okay, so a lot of these are going to be set. You won't have to change them for every character. You know, but it's kind of up to you how you want to play. There's a little tool tip. If you put your cursor over the selection box, it'll give you a little tool tip on what they're supposed to be. So all of these are my defaults. I don't need to change those. Those are all my defaults. Combat logging I have on. If you want to use any of the parsers, you have to have combat logging on. Obviously, my sound, I've got my music volume off, but everything else is on. Chat, this is one that doesn't save from character to character for some reason. So I usually turn my chat timestamp on. That way I can see how long ago a chat came in. Everything else I usually leave default there. Again, preferences galore here. Show conversation alignment, I normally turn that one on. What that means is in a conversation, let's go ahead and go back into a conversation. There's not going to be any alignments in this one, but okay. So if you see a cutscene and you want to just skip to the next second, you can just hit the space bar. So we're going to space bar through all the stuff we just saw. Okay, so we've got this conversation. If you roll your cursor over these, it will show you the alignment. But if I remember right, if you turn on this, it'll just show it by default. You don't have to roll your cursor over. Most of this stuff I leave alone. This stuff I tend to leave alone. These I do use. I show cooldown text. So let's apply that. And I don't know if there's any... Yeah, I don't have anything on cooldown right now. I like global styles 1 and 3 for these. So I'm going to apply those so that changes what these bars look like when an action is taking place. I usually crank this up and this down to 1. So what this will do is it'll make a number show up on your tooltip, and then it'll go to tenths of a second at some point. So let's say it's a 10-second cooldown. At this, it would be 10.1, 9.9, 9.8, 9.7. I usually bring this down to 1, so it's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then 0.9, 0.8, 0.7, 0.6. I don't need to see the tenths if it's 11 seconds. It doesn't make any difference to me. Again, these are personal preferences. Everything else in here, I think I leave, so I'm going to apply that. Graphics here. We've already seen the graphics panel, so that's pretty much the same. Starfighter, social. Now, there's a couple in here. I should have created an easier name. Okay, let's try this here. Invite Skull Vlak VLAKEVAI. This is also the reason I don't like to use those special characters, because typing those are very difficult. All right, what is that telling me? Oh, wait a minute. I think I logged into a... Okay. I logged into a Republic character on my other account. Let me switch that real quick. I think I've got an Imperial character over here. So obviously I can't... Oh, I lost my name. Who would have picked Murma? Okay. Hold on. I've got to rename a character now. Oh wait, no, it would be or see if it takes that. Okay, seems to have taken it. Let me log that character in. So the name purge has happened because I lost a name on one of my free-to-play characters. It's a stupid name, so I don't know why somebody took it. Okay, so hopefully I can just now... Player is not... Okay, so maybe I didn't type it right. Let's try this again. VLA... Oh, LK. All right, let's try that one. All right, let's try this. I'm just going to retype it. G-invite SKAL space VLALKEVAI. There we go. Okay. So I just got a guild invite. If you make a new character on a new planet, these things will happen, right? I'm going to do another one here. You'll also sometimes just get group invites. Mixed feelings on group invites. I don't mind joining groups. I do like it if somebody asks me first and just doesn't blind invite me. That I find annoying. So let's say you are just, you know what? I just want to play. I want to be left alone. So you can go into your preferences here. And in my social, I can auto-ignore group invites. I can auto-ignore guild invites. I can auto-ignore trade invites. I can auto-ignore duel requests. So if I apply these, and now I come over here and I type the same thing that I typed on my other account. So I invite. Let me move my... Okay, so up here in the chat, you can see it says you declined a group invite. So if we watch that here, I'm going to do another one real quick. You're going to see that it popped the auto decline, right? And on my other account, it's telling me, I'll do a guild one, auto declining guild invite, to invite you to their guild. So it'll still tell you that the thing is happening, but you don't have to go through the pop-up. It basically is auto declining for you. So those can be useful. If you are already in a guild, then the guild invite ignore doesn't matter. So for my characters, I have that off. I think I have all these off because I don't really care. But if you just don't want to be bothered, it's a good way to just shut this stuff down. Just decline everything, right? So you don't have to deal with it. Once you're in the guild, so let's go ahead and get ourselves into a guild here. Right, so I've been invited to the guild. I can accept that. And now I am actually in the guild. So it says you have joined a guild. So now if I do that same, well, it probably wouldn't make any sense. It just says is already in a guild. So if you get a guild invite, if you get random guild invites, it won't show up anymore. So we are now in the guild. You can see down, yeah, here we go. You can see that it says Skull Vlakave Deconstruction Gaming Empire. That's just my guild. If I want to leave a guild, I can just come up here. I can type /G quit. And then I've left the guild. So now you'll see there's no guild name under my character name. So guilding up is kind of up to you. Each guild obviously has different perks and stuff like that. We'll invite back in here. Now, something that does happen is if you do join a guild, you're going to notice that my name is grayed out. The first week in a guild, you can't really, you don't get rewards for conquest and things like that. You have to be in it for a week. My guild rank, that is on a guild to guild basis. So if I come over here, let's see, roster. Does this character have permission to change your rank? Let's see. Set rank. I can set you to veteran. There we go. That's going to vary from guild to guild, depending on what access and things like that. A lot of guilds will have it's not uncommon to see some kind of a recruit rank that gives you limits, because you don't want to invite somebody into a guild and then they just rob you blind. So that is something that you may or may not run into. Okay. So far, we've set up our interface. We have set up all of our hotkeys. We have gone through most of our preferences. Let's finish that up. And then we'll start talking about some other stuff. So I can auto-ignore anything that I want, things like that. Final thing is nameplates. These are the floating text above people's names. You can turn on and off based off of your preferences. I don't know if this is default, but it's what I run. I will sometimes shut these off if I'm doing a screenshot, but other than that, that's pretty much it. Obviously, there's tons and tons and tons of setting by setting that you could go into here. Again, if you kind of wonder what any of them are doing, let me know. Just to, again, here now you can see the timestamps are working, right? So I can see when these things happened. If we go back far enough, no timestamps back here. There's some guild recruiting going on. And then that's going on there. Okay, let's turn that back on. Before we continue with any story, we're going to go ahead and walk out here. So we're outside of our instance. We're going to pull this character. There we go. So you can see that's my guildie. We're both wearing essentially the same outfit because he is also level 1. I've never done anything with that character. It's just on a vanilla account that I use for testing and things like that. You can see that we have, our little guild tag is showing up there as well. So that is that. Now, if I want to rejoin, actually, we could come out here. If we wanted to group up, we could form ourselves a little group. And now we've got the different bars. Okay, let's talk about this a little bit. From an interface editor, by default, what you are going to see over there are... Actually, no, it's in preferences, I think. See if I can find it. Yeah, controls. I haven't set this one in so long. Display notification. Item purchase warnings. Subtitles. Exterior maps. Group missions. Personal missions. Those are all tooltips. Operations frames. Here we go. Use operations frames as group frames. So I'm going to turn this off. And it's kind of covered here a little bit. So this is the default group view, right? So you'll see the little portraits and let's go back to the interface editor. Group frame 1. I don't want to mess this up too bad for all my characters, so we'll slide these down. And then what we're going to do is just save this as testing so I don't mess up my main. There we go. All right, so you'll see here that, you know, if you're in a group, you'll get these type of things. There is an option, which I had on, to make that look the same as what the operations ones would look like. Operation. There we go. That's usually the one I run. So this is what your bar would look like if you're in a bigger group, an operation. So like 8 or 16, 24, something like that. So if you ever look at an interface and you're like, how did they get that thing? That's what it is. Okay. Other than that, like I said, you know, there are tons and tons and tons of preferences in here. It's a little overwhelming. Usually most of the stuff, the defaults are fine. If you want to dig through each one, you can. If you have any questions on any of them, let me know. All right, we're going to go ahead and right click. We're going to quit our group so we're not grouped up anymore. Okay, next thing I do. So like I said, what we normally will do is watch the intro. Okay, yep. We'll see you in a bit, Nancy. Thanks. So let's go ahead and get through the intro quest here.
Almost.
All right.
My team. I like the sound of that.
Get used to the idea. To win the Great Hunt, you'll need support.
Okay, so we're not going to do any more spoilers, but this is the intro conversations.
Cute girls and big guns.
I did.
You-
Come on.
All right, there we go. So now we're basically into the game, right? If we leave here, you're going to see that our instance changes. We can't go back in until the missions update. Okay, so a couple of things have happened here. If we look up here, we have our story mission. Notice that our story mission is in purple. If we walk out here, we can see that we've got missions floating out here with different icons. Also, if we go to our map,
I'm not going anywhere.
It's your first turf war? You want to get
we'll wait till they
paid?
get done talking.
No, I want to keep breathing more.
Breathing the air is as likely to kill you as SWTOR's boys are. Buy a
Did they take
blaster,
it away?
Learn the routes through town. Just don't let the
Oh,
boss
there it
see
is.
you dodging work because of a few gangsters.
Okay, so you'll notice on my map, this mission is here. And then if I go to map filters, this exploration mission is a toggleable thing. These are missions that are just essentially side quests, for lack of a better term. So if you ever notice, like, I can't see certain missions on my map, that might be what it is. They're not required. You know, this one isn't required either. What you will find is required missions tend to have this purple. So your class story and your main planetary arc stories will be in this purple color. And then your... let's just go back into the map. We're in this kind of orangish color will be your side quests. And then the ones that are really, really side quests, the exploration missions, you can toggle on and off. So if you plan on skipping them and you have no desire to even mess with them, you can just turn that off and it takes it off your map. You'll notice though in the world, it's still available. It just doesn't clutter up your map. I usually leave it on. I'm a completionist. I play pretty much everything. But that is something that you can... Yeah, they absolutely are great for if you are having trouble keeping up on levels. They give you experience. They give you rewards. They give you all this stuff that can definitely help. All right, let's turn these back on. Oh, actually, then the other thing that you're going to notice. Now, this is a... let me pop over to my other one. Yeah, so my free-to-play character doesn't have this quest. Click Launch to add a second combat style. This is, if we go into our interface here, as a subscriber, I can actually pick a second combat style and switch between the two. So we picked Mercenary at character creation. So again, Bounty Hunter is our story. Mercenary was our combat style. I can add a second one. We'll do that here in a second as we kind of get through stuff. Now, I am limited on what I can do here. So if we open up our skills here, I've got Missile Blast, which we have on our bar. Passive, we've got Rapid Shots, which I have on our bar. Recharge and Reload, we've got on our bar. Passive, passive, passive. Then I'm going to check my general. I usually put my sprint up here. Passive, my quick travel, I normally put up here. Rally, I sometimes will bring. That's just like a social thing. It doesn't really do anything. We've got passive. Sacrifice, I will sometimes grab in case of emergency. And then there is another one called Unity, I believe. Here we go. Actually, just put that one there and that one there. The punch, jab, those kind of things I tend to ignore. If you just want to pull out a random pet, you can. Revive Companion, you can just right-click them. I don't put that on. Companion Dance, not usually. Tactical Markers, not so much. Then I'm going to look into my... I don't have any legacy stuff yet, it doesn't look like. Mounts, I'm going to go ahead and move my Rocket Boost over to there. I don't have any other mounts, but we'll take a look at that here in a second. Let's take a look at our legacy. So my legacy has character perks that I could purchase. Right now, I can't afford most of them, but those would be in that legacy tab as well. All this stuff transfers over because my legacy has access to all this stuff, but character perks are on a per character basis. If you are worried about leveling, you can actually buy up to, I think it's 30%. Let's see here. 6, 6, 6, 6, and 6. Yeah. So you can buy 30% boosts in XP for different categories, right? So this one is PvP. That one's flashpoints. That one's space missions, class missions, exploration experience, starfighter missions, dynamic encounter missions. This one's not bad. The class missions, that means all your class missions will be worth more. I've got travel perks. We've got just all kinds of stuff that you can purchase in here. And again, there might be some differences. Let me check. Oh, I don't think I even have a legacy on this account. So, oh, no. I do. Yeah, no, I don't have a legacy on this account. So, I don't have access to any of that on my free-to-play account. Okay. So, we've done our intro mission. We might pick up our side missions. That's gameplay. We're not going to get way into that quite yet. But we have got our character creation done. And now we're going to move into just some other things that you might run into as you're kind of in setup mode. Then we'll go into this secondary combat style if you're a subscriber. And we'll see where we land. So I think we're going to take a quick break here. I'll be back in a couple minutes for the next phase. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. So we're going to do a couple of things here. First off, obviously my account has been active since launch, so I have a ton of stuff. But we're going to go ahead and look at a couple of things here. So first off, if we go back in here where we were digging through our things, you're going to notice that one of the things I don't have access to from the start is the ability to go to fleet. Right, you kind of have to get through your starter planet before they unlock that ability. But if you do have a stronghold, you can go to your strongholds. So we're going to pop up to our stronghold first, because what I normally want to do is I want to take care of just some organizational bits. So I have my Devil's Narshada Sky Palace. I've got this set up as kind of my base of operations. Again, you might not have a stronghold, but if you're a returning player, you may have unlocked a stronghold. So up here, we'll watch a little intro cutscene here. It's going to give me access to things that are harder to find on the starter planet. Or at least they're all in one spot. All right, we'll skip it. So if you've watched my streams before, this should look very familiar. I log all my characters in and out here. It gives me access to a vendor, to my mail, to the GTN, to all of my lockboxes. This one is only active if you have a guild. You'll notice, because I'm a recruit, I don't have access to this tab. I logged that account out, so I could give myself higher privileges and I'd be able to access it. And then my legacy and my cargo hold are there. Okay. Here's where things are going to get a little different depending on how new you are. But like we looked at, I have 102 emails sitting here that basically are all of the perks, events, unlocks, things that I've done over the years that are part of my account. Again, these are going to be a little bit different for everybody else. The other thing is when you first start out, I think it gives you access to like 3 inventory rows or something like that. You have to actually purchase this up. You can buy that account wide. So if you are playing and you're on a preferred account or free to play account, yeah, absolutely. Having a room that you can a utility room essentially, is so nice to have. That way you don't have to worry about things. One of the things in the live stream was they're adding some new, basically like new versions of this stuff, for kind of a Republic one and an Imperial one. So I might end up replacing some of this stuff out. We'll see. So again, if you see interface differences, it could be a free to play thing. It could be that I've unlocked something. Again, drop a comment and I'm happy to talk through that. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to dump this into my cargo hold. Now, because I have played for so long, I could just give this character a whole bunch of credits and make my life a whole lot easier. I use my legacy stronghold storage to do that. So I could just pop in here. I could grab some credits, drop them onto this character, and be good to go. There are some credit caps if you are free to play. So keep in mind of that. But I don't think there's a legacy cap. I think you can put everything in your legacy. Okay, so just as kind of this is a different segment, we'll say, we're going to go through these things. Now, there's 2 ways that we can go about this. We can open up each one and we can claim the reward, right? So I could basically read through. Thank you for being a member of the Star Wars The Old Republic community. Enjoy your Amethyst Voltillo mount as you venture through the galaxy. You can claim your in-game reward by right-clicking on the item below, accepting your inventory. May the force be with you. So I can right-click this, goes to my inventory. Now, I don't have speeder piloting yet, so it's grayed out. I can't actually use it, but it's there. This one is, you notice the source. It says Twitch Livestream Promotional Reward. That's a Twitch drop, right? So we could just go through and claim these one by one. unless you guys want to see every single piece of text, we're going to do this slightly differently. I'm going to select all messages, and I'm going to say get all checked message attachments. This is going to fill my inventory up and give me an error because I have more stuff than I have room for in my inventory. Then I'm going to come in here to my personal stronghold. Now, your personal stronghold may only have a single bay. Again, these are things that I have unlocked. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just start the sort process, right? The first thing I'm going to do is go through here and grab all these mounts that I cannot use. And I'm just going to shove them in there. That one, that's one. This next tab, we're going to go through. We'll just throw our pets onto that. That's a pet. That's a pet. I'm sure I'm going to miss some. We'll come back. Not too bad. Our next tab, we'll throw decorations in there. And then, oh, those are decorations, but I think I'm capped out on those. Yeah, I've got the full version of those. All right, this will be armor, weapons, things to that nature. And so, obviously, like I said, not everybody's going to have all this stuff. We'll make tab 1 just our miscellaneous items that pop in. All right, that's a mount. That's a pet. All right, we'll put titles in here. Where's our armor? Armor and weapons. Didn't we make one of those? Maybe not. There we go. That's armor, 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 armor. That's not armor. That's not armor. That's not armor. All right, that's just miscellaneous stuff. Put all that together. These are all titles. Which some of those are duplicates. So like I said, your version is going to be a little bit different than mine. Cantina crate. We'll talk about those in a second. Just throw that in there, that in there. Some of these are collector's items, additional things. If there's anything you see, you're like, holy cow, where did that thing come from? Feel free to let me know. Happy to talk about each one. Once we get kind of the sort done here, we'll talk about kind of the categories of stuff that we found. All right, that's armor. And that's a cantina crate. All right, round 1 done. I'm going to come back in here. I'm going to highlight everything and do it again. And this time, my inventory didn't quite fill up, so that's everything that came out of there. So we'll do the same thing here. We're just going to go through, look for easy and obvious. So again, speeder, 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 speeder. Then we'll talk about that one, and that one here in a second. Drop those in there. All right, let's do a pass through for more pets. They like to give away pets as rewards for things, so you'll eventually acquire a lot of pets. That's a speeder. That's not a speeder. All right, let's see. Let's get rid of some of our decorations. So again, some of these you'll notice are dimmed out. That just means I've capped out on that particular decoration. All right, then we got flares. Flare, flare, flare. Titles again, another title. Pet, pet, pet. Pet. All right, we should get into some more armor. Armor, armor. That's an armor set. I like the armor sets that are in the boxes. They're a little bit easier to deal with. Another title, another companion. Pet, pet, pet. Another companion. hollow log is a mount and a weapon. Okay, so we got our initial sort done. We'll throw these in here. Now, depending on what you have and don't have at this point, if you wanted to, you could start to claim some of this stuff. So, for instance, you know, all these titles. If I want to pull the titles out of my box, we'll do that. Title, 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 title. That's a title. Title, title. And these should all be flares. We'll pull the flares out. We'll talk about those in a second. These are all different companions that you can unlock. So I get them right away. There should be a fifth one, I think. Yeah, there's that one. That one. Okay, 6 companions there. Let's see. Oh, that's a companion as well. Some perks, some toys. Again, some of the stuff is from the collector's edition. Some is not. All right, then we'll grab the cantina crates. All right. So at this point, now what I would probably do is I would just go through and say, give me this title. So let's talk about titles. So I got Scourge of the Huts. So in my character interface here, if I go to select title right here, I'm giving some choices. So you notice that Scourge of the Huts now pops up. I've got some choices on flares. So if I put legendary status on, you saw it down here on my character bar. You're going to see that it turns that on and off. Legacy titles. These are ones that I can use that I've earned on my account. So your list here might be of different sizes. You can have either this one. Can you have them both? I don't think you can have them both. We'll look here. Scourge of the Huts. Yeah, I can have both of those. So they're different categories. So you can see you can actually get a lot of stuff on your name bar here. And then display legacy surname. So what that is my legacy is named Star Dragon. So you're going to notice that I'm Skal Vlakave Star Dragon. If I don't want that to show up, I can come in here. I can turn that off. And now it's just my name. I sometimes do that on characters, especially newer characters, so I don't look as much of a veteran as I potentially am. If I strip this character down now, though, we can say no title there. Oops. Select the top one there. Now you're going to see outside of my guild tag, it's a relatively normal looking character. I don't have a whole bunch of titles and stuff like that. Okay, so at this point, then I would just go through and open up these titles. And you notice I'm actually gaining experience from the titles. So there we leveled, which is just weird. Alright, that one for some reason I get 2 of. I don't know why. More titles. Alright, that's getting us into flares. That one's a title. That's a flare. Okay, so you saw in our interface, we actually had a single flare that we could use, right? Our legendary status. But if we open up this flare Livestream Cantina 2018, oops. So now that flare's in there. These all look pretty much the same. I'm sure it says something in Arabic there. So if I open up my Chicago 19 Cantina event, you're going to see the 2018 version. The 2019 version just has different text, right? There's the New York Comic-Con 19 flare, the San Diego Comic-Con 19 flare. So I'm slowly building those up, and then we'll go ahead and grab the Pipeworks here. So flares are things that you can buy, you can earn, things like that. You can buy them on the cartel market. You might even find them on the GTN. Let's check here. There you go. Can't preview them though. So if you want a particular flare, they do exist. All right, Cantina crates. These are also from when they used to do these things called Cantina events. And there's a whole nother set of mounts that come into these. There's also some random stuff you can get. You can get like this power droid. We got 2 power droids. These just randomly give you things. You can actually get a black die pad or die thing in there, which is interesting. All right, so now we just have more stuff. We'll dump this stuff in our generic here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more mounts. And 1 more pet, but it's just 2 copies of it. Okay, so at this point then, let's talk a little bit about this. So speeder piloting. Speeder piloting is something that you get naturally, unless you want to rush it, right? So if you have the credits, you can just buy speeder piloting through these perks. You got to be level 10 for that one, 25 for that one, 30 for that one, and 35 for that one. But it gets it quicker, right? So I could buy this first speeder piloting and actually get that. I don't remember. I think you get this at like level 15 or something like that, 10 or 15. I usually just buy it so I have it. But something they've started doing is you'll notice that these 3 speeders are not grayed out, right? The rest of these are. I can't, like for that speeder, I don't have speeder piloting, so I can't use it. But this one says, use the mount flourish key, movement speed, yada, 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 unlocked for character and collections. It has a special perk in that if I unlock this speeder, I now have access to just that speeder. If I go to my mounts and bring this down here to our bar, move this out of the way. Right, so it gives me early access to a speeder without having to buy it. So it's a perk that was given at one point. These come from the bundle packs here. So same thing on them. You know, I now have these speeders available to me early on if I don't want to buy the speeder piloting. But if I buy the speeder piloting, so let's just grab ourselves some credits. And this would be something you could do, obviously, if you're a returning player or are making a new character. So we'll pull out 40,000. And now I go to my character perks. I click on this. And I can either use cartel coins or I can use my in-game credits. We'll purchase that. Now if we go to that tab, all of the speeders are available. So a couple ways to go about that if you want. I'm not going to open them all up, but I'll show you guys what some of these look like. If there's anyone, again, in particular that you're like, ooh, how did you get that one? I'll try to remember. I can't say that I remember them all. Some of them are gifts. Some of them are account status things. Some of them are events. Just kind of depends. Like this one is, I don't know that you can get this one anymore. This one was from a refer a friend program they used to have that I don't know that it exists anymore. We've got 2 of that one, which is interesting. Jetpack, I use a lot of the jetpacks. This one's relatively new. That's got your companion and your pet can ride around on that one. I think that one was a Twitch drop, if I remember right. And then some of these also will have an animation linked to them as well. This one, I think the wings flap. Yeah. That one feels newer. Maybe not. Can't remember on that one. That one's kind of small. Does this one have a... Yeah, this one shoots. One of these, the wings open. Maybe not that one. Oh, the hollow log. That one's crazy. That one's weird. Okay, these are the Cantina ones. They all look the same. It's the same model, just with different paint jobs. So there you go. So that's speeders. Over here are our pets. Again, pets are a similar thing. Oh, no worries, man. Stay safe, my friend. So a lot of these, again, are just rewards for either being a subscriber, participating in some event. And again, they're not the only pets you can get. There's plenty of other pets. That one's a collector's edition thing, I believe, if I remember right. But it does give you kind of an idea of what some of the pets look like. You're going to start to see patterns in that for certain events, they give out a different version. Like we've got a whole bunch of these little mini astromech droids because they gave those away for, I can't remember. That one's the, oh, these are the anniversary ones, right? So M4s, yeah, so those are different anniversary pets. They've been giving these little cube guys away here recently. This one was from the test center. I think we glitched something there. Let's turn that back off. There we go. Kind of looks like, was it B4 Emo? Again, more of these little guys. There's our little walker droid that we got. Things like that. Decorations. You know, again, different decorations for different things. I believe, I think this is the Twitch drop that is currently active. So if you like this one, it doesn't work for me for YouTube, but if you link your account to SWTOR, your Twitch account, and go watch somebody for an hour, you can actually get that decoration. Is that a Twitch drop as well? Yeah, that one was Twitch. That one was Twitch. A couple of mounts are Twitch. There's a new mount coming from Twitch drops, so those are worth getting. Again, there's a bunch of gear and stuff like that. Okay, so we've sorted through our stuff. So if you ever wonder, like, how does a new player have a whole bunch of pets or mounts or things like that? Probably the character is new, but the player is not. Between my legacy bank and the credits I can pull and the things I can buy, I can set my brand new character up with stuff. Not to mention my stats are going to be higher. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the character screen now, though. So the character screen, this is your gear. It's our current gear. I could gear my character up. So one of the things I would probably do is I'm going to go into my legacy box here. And I might have gear that I use for leveling or gear that I use for some purpose, right? So for instance, right now I've got stuff in them. But this gear here, you'll notice actually gives a full set, will give 25, 35, 40, will give a 50% boost in experience. I'd have to pull out, this character's too low. I'd have to pull those armorings and mods out to use it. But I've got leveling gear, you know, and so you can pull stuff from your legacy if you have it. If you don't, not a big deal. So this is our gear. This is where our stats are going to come from. The second thing we have is something called the outfitter. Now you can purchase multiple slots here. You know, I haven't even added all of those. I think it's cartel coins. I think it's 1,000,000 credits for the individual character, 120 credits for a character or cartel coins. Or over here, if you ever see this icon, what this means is for 300 cartel coins, I'll unlock that slot on every character in my legacy. So that's usually the one I pick. I've got a bunch of these unlocked. So you are going to have a collections tab. And in here, let's just show collected armor. Some of these armor sets you're going to see, like this one, I can just grab. Right? So now I have that armor set, although it requires level 10. We'll see if we can still make it visual. But others of these armor sets, like here, you're going to notice that's grayed out. It means it's unlocked to my legacy, but not to every character on my legacy. So if I click on this, I can actually purchase for 60 cartel coins the ability for all my characters to use it. I'm hoping it'll still let me slot these, though. So I can't use them as gear, right? But I should be able to, hopefully. I don't have the money to do this, but nope. Okay, let's see if we can find one that I can actually use. Are they all locked to level 10? Oh, those remnant ones might be. Let's go more towards the end. These will be... These back here should just be open gear sets. Let's find one that's legacy unlocked. Alright, that one's just weird. I don't want to do that. Actually, you know what? That's going to prove a point. If this one works... Okay, that one's unlocked. So we mentioned earlier that our guy here, if we pull his gear off, you know, he's big, but he's not in the worst shape, right? There's muscle definition there. It's like a lineman in the NFL. So just because you pick the big guy doesn't necessarily mean he's hugely fat. He's got some bulk to him, though. Okay, so let's say this is my gear, right? So I've got this gear is on, so that's where my stats are coming from. But I want my character to look different. What I can do is we're going to need some more credits for this, though. Let's get ourselves some more money. All right, let's withdraw. We pulled out 40,000. So we'll pull out 210,000. That should be enough. There, so 250,000. Okay, so if I go to my outfitter and I pick a slot, I can actually add these things to this outfitter. And so you'll notice now that my character has this funky looking outfit. And wow, this must scale with your level, because I think this cost me like 100,000 on some of my characters. So if I commit this, now in the world, my character is going to look like that, but my gear is still my gear, right? So my stats come from this, but my look comes from this. Now I can give it a name. I don't know, man. We'll just call it open front, because that is a weird set of gear. Right? So we can rename it. Notice that it goes into alphabetical order. So I've lost it here. But if I click on this little button here, I can favorite it, put it up at the top. So that's how that part works. You can put dyes in these. If you dye them, though, you have to reapply it. So that is gearing in a nutshell. We'll come back to combat style. We'll talk about loadouts here a little bit. Loadouts really start to come into play as you get farther in. So, for instance, if I come in here and I grab, I have different I can choose one of these 3 items. I could actually create different loadouts that have different selections taking place. We'll take a look at this here in a second when we change out our combat style. And then we don't have any companions. Okay, so let's talk about this one. As a subscriber, you can actually have multiple combat styles. Now, I can change between these, right? So I could become a healer, damage, tank, whatever I want to be here. And if I buy this perk at level 10, I can actually do that anywhere. But I'm locked into only mercenary commands. But we have this training and skills thing here. So I'm going to go ahead and click on this. We're going to accept that mission. And it goes into I don't know where, ether. You go to a special place, let's just say. Now, there was a bug with this. We'll see if it's still there, and then I'll mention it towards the end if it does exist. If you've never seen this, we'll go ahead and let this play out, though. I probably should have changed my armor back before I did this, but that's all right. Should have named this character Right Said Fred. My older people in the chat will understand that reference. Greetings, welcome to the GSI state-of-the-art instructional facility, where a wide range of combat techniques are presented for consideration. Galaxy Industries, the galaxy's leader in weapons technology, is proud to provide comprehensive training in supplementary combat styles. I am happy to assist you with your first-hand demonstration of specific combat style. It is kind of a world between worlds. It kind of exists in its own space. Okay, so you'll notice here that all of those combat things that we looked at the beginning are now here. Now, Mercenaries grayed out. That's the one we've already selected. Power Tech would be the other one. But let's just say I wanted to be a sniper. Right? So we're going to click on Sniper here. It's going to give us kind of a little preview. It's going to give us some snipers capable of, you know, some of the descriptive pieces and things like that. It shows us going into cover. Toxins, plasma, shrapnel readily available. So it's going through like some of the different things. Now, if I want to commit to this, I can. If I don't, I could explore, you know, the different combat styles in here, right? So if I wanted to pick Vanguard, we'll see if its animation's a little different or not. So again, it's kind of giving us the, yep, so we've got a different little cutscene that plays out here. So Vanguard is a tank, so you notice he's rushing right up to close combat. Showing our shielding. So again, you get a little preview of what you might want to be. Alright, so let's go ahead and pick up. We're not going to go through them all. If it is something you're interested in, let me know. I could go through all these at some point and show them all. We'll grab Sniper. We're just going to spacebar through that. We're going to say yes, we'll take it. I can only train you in 1 second combat style. If you choose Sniper Specialization, you will not choose anything else as a second, or you want to proceed. So this is the classic "Are you sure?" pop-up menu, right? So we're going to say yes. Then we get yet another one. This choice is permanently add the Sniper combat style to your character. Are you sure you want to proceed? So once we do this, our 2 combat styles are locked and we can never change those, at least in the current game. Whether that happens in the future, I would say probably not. Okay, it looks like it's gotten smarter here. Let's look. A while ago, it's been a while since I've done this, there was a bug or something where instead of taking you back to your starting planet like it just did, it would actually take you to Fleet. So you could actually use that to access Fleet a little earlier than what was intended. but they seem to have fixed that, so that's good. Okay, speaking of the world between worlds, though, let's go ahead and park this character real quick. And we're going to look at that same thing because I believe it's different for the Force-using characters. I think it's a whole different setup. So we're just going to create ourselves yet another character here. Let's stay Sith. We'll make ourselves a warrior. But let's say we thought we wanted to be a light side guardian. So we're an undercover Sith warrior. We're really playing for the other team. I tend to make my Sith human just because of lore. But Zabrak's not bad. Not that one. Ooh, close on that one. No, thanks. Yeah, almost. Doesn't matter. I'm probably just going to delete this character anyway. But we want to look at least okay. Yeah, let's go with that one. Nodine Sharik. Cool. Got it. All right, I'm going to go ahead and mute here real quick. We'll just escape out of this hopefully before the music starts. But all right, we're good now. Bring the game sounds back on. Again, we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to... There's the opening mission cutscene. We're just going to skip out of that. And then we're going to go directly into this. Yeah, Pureblood. I think my Juggernaut's a Pureblood. Sith Pureblood. Actually, both of my warriors are both Purebloods. Gigawatts is Zabrak. And Vindico is a Reditaki, I believe. It fits the backstory of that character class, if you've ever done. Okay, so this is the Force user version of what we just looked at. So it's a little different. Has more of a World Between Worlds mystic feel to it, honestly. So there you go. So you kind of, this one has more of the whole light side, dark side aspect to it, a little more mystical, whereas the ranged tech classes are more, you know, weaponry and stuff like that. So you get a little bit different feel for this one. The path you walk has led you here to the moment that could change the course of your destiny. This echo, this reflection of how you have grown, will guide you through this vision. So very, very kind of World Between Worldsy. Throughout your journey, you have cultivated a deeper understanding of the secrets of the Force. Your knowledge of the Force is something or other. That went quick. What additional set of skills do you wish to learn? So again, I believe the same thing applies here. If you have unlocked Light Side and Dark Side 5 on at least one character, you'll have more choices here than... if you have not. Now, I'm only about, we'll call it 75% sure of that. But I know a character creation is true. I'm not 100% sure if in here it would expand it. Okay, so we picked Guardian. So we might decide that, you know what, we've got a tank and DPS. It sure would be nice to have a stealth character, you know, ability. So we're going to click on Assassin here. Notice it looks over to the dark side. Again, same kind of thing. It's going to give you kind of the tutorial preview overview of what the class can do. It's kind of cool though. This whole setup for what it is kind of a cool thing. Then we're going to get the same thing here. Do you want to add the Sith Assassin? We'll say no. We'll look at one light side one. And again, now we look over to the light side and we get the same kind of little preview. So there we go. So we're a light side tank. Let's be a dark side. So we'll go back to the assassin. And we'll spacebar through that. Spacebar through that. Say yes. Get our warning. Say yes. Get yet another warning. Say yes. And we'll commit to that. And now it's going to load us back onto Korriban. Which, again, that's a good fix. It used to take you to Fleet. Alright, bring this back. So now, real quick, if we look at something here, a couple of things have happened. First, in our combat style, we now can switch back and forth between them. I can't do it right now because I'm in the field and I don't have access to that. The next thing you're good, notice is that I have this whole set of gear. So let's look at that on our bounty hunter that we created. Because a lot of the combat styles are going to use different weapons and things. It does give you basically the starter set of gear. So we'll go back to this guy. Load him back up. Alright, so same thing here. We go into our combat style interface. We can see that we have sniper and mercenary. We can see that it has given us 2 pieces of gear. It's given us a sniper rifle and it's given us a vibro knife. We'll stick these here. So we'll select sniper. We'll hit accept. And now we have switched over to a different combat style. Now the first thing you're going to notice is we lost our weapons. Because the sniper can't use pistols. That's why it's given us this set of weapons, right? So I can switch that whenever I want. We can just switch this back. And same thing happened. You know, now that guy can't use these, but he can use these. But what we want to do is we want to make this a little easier to deal with. So, first off, I cannot run with this armor anymore. So we're going to get a different set of armor, something a little more like us. I've got enough trooper in. Let's see, Badlands Renegade, Expert's Outlaw is not bad. Yeah, not that one. That one's too force like. Ravagers isn't bad. I use that one a lot. Might do the Expert Outlaw. Bioweave. It could be Havoc as a bounty hunter. That'd be weird. Malgus. I think Expert Outlaw for this character. I want to see what it looks like on this character anyway. So we're going to grab that set. We're going to come over here to our outfitter. We're going to grab a new name here. And we're going to go ahead and put this set of gear on. Commit to that. Rename it to Expert Outlaw. Oh, not enough letters. There we go. So again, you'll notice alphabetically it's below our favorite but above everything else. Or if I favorite it goes up there. Okay, so I have Expert Outlaw here. And we're going to make this one our mercenary set. So we've got our weapons. We've got our outfitter. We've got our gear all set up the way we want. We're going to come over here to loadouts. And we are going to rename this one Expert Outlaw Bounty Hunter. All right, cool. Now, we're going to see if I can remember the best route to do this. I think now that that's saved, we should be okay. So let's go to our combat style. We're going to change. We're about to experiment here. Change that to sniper. All right, now let's go back to our loadout. Okay, so it did change that loadout. Okay, I couldn't remember if it changed the current one or not. So let's switch that back. Slot our weapons. Okay, so this loadout, this outfit, everything's kind of set. Let's go ahead and create ourselves a second loadout. We'll call this, we'll just call it Sniper Bounty Hunter. All right, so now we've got these two loadouts. So I'm going to take this one. We're going to come into combat style. We're going to change this to Sniper. We're going to come over here to our outfitter. And we're just going to say, I want this guy just to be in his gear. And we're going to gear him up. Now you'll notice that this has Sniper and Marksman. So that's also, again, I could pick which one of these I wanted as well. And notice that the gear level is 3 because we actually got better gear, where this one is 1. But now what I can do is I can freely switch between these. I can just say activate, and it's going to re-gear me. So if I had my full set of gear, everything set up, it will swap all that out as long as it's in your inventory. Same thing here. If I'm like, okay, I want to go over to this guy, I'll accept, and notice it changed my weapon, it changed my stuff. And the nice part is it does the outfitter. So you can actually, that's a bug. You can actually make your people look physically different based off which loadout it is. So you kind of always know, what loadout you're in. So now we've got a Sniper Bounty Hunter in this mode. Or if I come over here and we load this one back up, so we activate that. Now he has his pistols. He also has that different outfit. And you're going to notice here, let's fix this. I don't know why it moved this stuff around. Quick travel. Might be because I was messing. Okay, so let's double check this. But so now I've got all of his bars set up, right, the way I want them. Let's go back in here to loadouts. We'll activate this one. You'll notice that my bars all changed, right? So these are the sniper abilities. I usually don't run that one on my bar. What do we got? Snipe will go down there. Takedown, I can't remember. Put that over there, put that here. All right, so I get his bars designed the way I want them. And now when I switch my loadouts, not only is it going to re-gear me, but if you watch my bar down here, it's going to load up my last configuration. So with loadouts, you could even do different quick bar configurations. You could do different sets of these little perks, right? And so you could have two loadouts that were just mercenary arsenal, but you actually switch those. Or if you really wanted to, if you wanted to have a heal, right? We could create another loadout here. Let's just create a loadout. We'll call it Bounty Hunter Heals. Click OK. And then now we come over here and we say, okay, I want this to be my healer. So I'll accept that. Again, that's going to change probably at this stage, probably not a lot. Let's check. Yeah, I don't know that I've picked up any healing abilities yet. But let's say I did have my healing abilities. I could put those on my bar. And so now, if I want to play my healer, I load up my healer. Actually, no, it's still mercenary. Did we change the wrong one? No, okay, no, it's good. Yeah. I just can't read. So you notice it has the healer icon, all the healing stuff. So I can set up my healer profile. And then if I wanted to go back to DPS, I just activate this one. You notice it gave me new abilities and stuff. So this system is nice. So now as a free-to-play, you should have access to loadouts. You won't have access to the second combat style. That is something that is subscriber only, as far as I know. Okay. So now we basically have our character set up the way we want. We've gone through our gear. We've gone through everything like that. Outside of just gameplay stuff, other things that I think are worth mentioning, at least in my opinion. Let's go back to the interface editor. One of the things that I personally like is if you look at my bars here, you might notice that they have actual numeric values on them, right? That is not on by default. So we want to go into our interface editor. If I click on my bar here and scroll down, there's a show information text. So you'll notice if I turn that off and on, it actually turns those numbers off and on. The percentages, the actual raw numbers, and all that kind of stuff. You can do some things. You can flip these things around. I don't remember. I think that might be the roll icon above your head, something like that. You can individually scale each item. So that's one of the first changes that I make is that one. Obviously, my toolbars are in configurations that I like. You can also do those same changes, I think, over here separately. Let's look. I can't remember. Yep. So show information text. Same kind of thing. You can flip these things around. There's actually quite a bit of customization within here as well. So if you want to turn those things, so that's one of the first things that I always turn on is that one. The other thing that I do is I set up, these bars. These bars are customizable. Let's see if I can remember. There we go. So if you go into the interface editor, you can actually add slots to these. So if we look down here, you're going to see that I've got items already in here, but some of them say empty. Just find an empty one. There we go. You can decide, what do you want to put in these. Slide this up a little bit. So you have, customizability up there. Again, these will save with the interface that you save. So once you get this set up and you load up the interface, they'll all be in there as well. Let's see. Let's double check, make sure there's no other interface things that I normally change. The show text is a big one. That's one that I almost always turn on. The rest of them, it's just about moving things to where you like them more than anything. Oh, let's talk a little bit about target of target and focus target. So this you have to get, I believe. Let's open up preferences or interface again. We've got this one here is called focus target, and this one here is called target of target. Check in here, make sure that if anything's red like that, it means it's disabled. So you want to make sure that the interface items are enabled for both of those. And then we'll close this. In preferences, we'll have to find where it is, because this is one of those things that I just have on that I never have to turn back on. So let's dig a little bit. Here it is. So enable focus target. So if that's not on, so we'll turn that off. And we go back into our interface. This focus target won't show up. So let's take a look at this. I'm going to target this. So that's my target. Oh, it did show up. Did I not save? Maybe I didn't save. Let's look here. That's interesting. I disabled it, but it's still working. That's kind of weird. But so anyway, let's talk through what these are. Let's get ourselves a companion, because we can make this work with a companion. Let's see, who do we want? This is kind of a pirate. That's kind of a smuggler guy. Ooh, Shay Vizsla. Shay Vizsla's bounty hunter. Let's grab her. All right, so we should now have a companion. Oh no, I think I just unlocked the mission. Yeah, I unlocked the mission. Sorry. We grabbed the wrong thing. So you can do a mission to get your companions, or you can just directly unlock them. Let's see. That's Nico. Master. There we go. We want that version of it. We don't want to do the mission. We just want the companion. There we go. Now we have Shaviz as our companion. So if I highlight my companion, so if we look at my interface, this is me, this is my target. I'm going to turn something off here real quick. There we go. Okay, so if I target Shay Vizsla, you'll notice this one pops up. This is called target of target. So this is basically, this is the person you're targeting. This is the person that they are targeting. Now my companion is just looking back at me. So that is me. And I can click on that to switch that target, right? So this is nice if you're running group content and you want to know, let's say your tank is targeting a particular enemy. You can click on your tank and find out who they're targeting. The other one that I use mostly when I'm doing group content is called target or focus target. So I've got this up here that means I can swap targets. So this is kind of a secondary target, and that's the person I'm actively targeting. So if I do anything, it will affect that target. But I can swap these two back and forth. So this is nice if you have, like, if you're fighting multiple bosses, and everybody's like, okay, attack boss number 1, and that's Shay, and so we're fighting boss. And now it's like, oh no, now switch to boss number 2. Well, you can just hit a key and switch that. So that's called focus target. This one's called target of target. So if we go back to our interface editor, and again, this is just where I've put them. This is, again, it's just almost like a reserved space that you can use. And then this one will automatically change based off of what your target is targeting. That's a couple of other interface things that, again, I think focus target or target of target, I think is off by default. I can't remember. It's been a long time. But I find them very useful. Focus target, I don't use a ton in single player stuff. Unless I'm really trying to keep track of a couple of things. But the target of target, since it's on basically automatically, it's kind of nice to see what your target is targeting. That way you can kind of keep track as well. Let's say you're fighting a boss like things solo. As I'm fighting, I can see if my target has switched over to my companion or not and keep track of that. So that is definitely one that I like. All right, let's jump back in the interface editor. Anything else? I think that covers most of the key elements or settings that I usually grab in order to play. As always, like I said, I've got my stuff set up the way I like it. It's not right, wrong. It's just how I play. If there are any of these things you have more questions about, drop something down in the comments. I am happy to take a look. I guess the last thing we'll look at is they added this new mapping thing. So if you're a returning player, this overhead map kind of in the world is a new thing. The old mini map still exists if you want it. There is a setting on this one that I don't think a lot of people know about. So let's turn that on. If you take this one and you put it into, this is the default, the way it's going to look. So if you switch from your more hollow projected, like HUD style map to the old classic map, well, it didn't save. All right, well, let's go back into the interface editor. There we go. All right, let's try that again. Okay, not sure what I did wrong there. So it might pop up like this, which is not what you're used to. This is a different version than what you may have left the game from. right? Now, I run with this map. I prefer this map personally. But if you like this map, you could go back to this one. It has all of the stuff that you would normally have, right? We could scale this up if we wanted to. You know, we can make this bigger and stuff like that. But the setting that you want to look at is this one, map style. If you turn this to maximal, you can actually get essentially the old style back, where it's got the clock, it's got your connection, it's got your instance thing in here, it's got the zoom controls, it's got the map filters, it's got your solo queuing stuff, it's got Starfighter. This is the old style map, right? So if you like that and you still want to go back to that, you can. But you have to go find that. I don't want to call it a hidden setting, but it is there. Now, again, I don't run that map anymore. I tend to run this one. But also you'll notice that because these things don't exist on this map, I've actually moved them up here. So there's my map filters, there's my zoom, there's my clock, there's my server lag button. So all the stuff, you know, server lag, clock, zoom, map filters, I've put there. And then this icon replaces kind of some of this stuff. So again, that's that interface. And then the PvP is there. So I've taken a lot of this stuff and just moved it up here because I do like this map. Let's see, they used to, in the test center, we had some options here that I think they took away. Let's look to see. Okay, yeah. So we've got this version. So we've got the fixed map, which means let's save this. If I'm going to run around on this map, you're going to notice that the map itself stays still and my character icon moves around on the map. If I come in here, we select the map, and we change this to scroll. Now my character icon, this map might not be big enough for this to work. Let's go back down to the planet. Let's see, exit to Hutta. You and directions don't mesh well together. Okay, so in this one, you'll notice that my icon itself, you notice that the icon is not moving, right? It's staying essentially anchored where my cursor's at, and the map is scrolling around me. So we got that version, or again, we'll put it back in the other version, which is fixed. Which means the map itself, now if I put my cursor on me, notice I'm moving around on the map. But the map itself isn't moving. Now I'm going to guess the zoom might be a little bit different here. Let's take a look at that. And now it just shifted. The map will eventually... no, it doesn't fade anymore. It used to have a fade on it. On the test server, it doesn't appear to have... Yeah, okay, so you can see here we can't see the edge of the map. Let's change this now and see what it looks like in this mode. On the test server, when they first built this map... Yeah, so here I can see the whole map. And then I move around on the map. So it's just the way I prefer it. Do it either way. They actually had one where the map itself rotated. So you always face north or up, and the map rotated around you. I liked it, but it was a little jarring. Okay, so that's our map. I think we're in a pretty good spot. I think this is most of the setup stuff that we're going to do. Now, obviously, this is just a very, very quick update. Now, something else you'll notice from the last time we were on planet, a new mission has popped up here, right? Because we leveled. it unlocked a mission because we leveled putting our titles on our characters. So, okay, I think let's take a quick break here, and then we're just going to play some of the starting planet here, and then as things come up, we'll discuss them, right? I am going to go ahead and change back to this one just in case I made changes that I don't want to keep as we were messing around with things. All right, let's go ahead and take our break. When we come back, we'll grab some missions here, and we'll run some bounty hunters. We'll be back in a couple minutes. All right, welcome back. So let's go ahead and pick up some missions here. We're going to be way overpowered with Shay for a couple of reasons. First off, you're not meant to have a companion yet where we're at. So there's that. And second, because my character has legacy-wide datacrons unlocked. So if we look in here, go to our datacrons. So basically I have every datacron in the game, except for the crystal ones, which you have to get per character. But all the ones that have stat bonuses. My stats and my presence numbers, like we open this up, it's still listed. Yeah, 672 presence. Presence increases the effectiveness of your companion. We have 620 points of bonus right now. It makes your companions at low level stupidly overpowered. It's actually kind of crazy. So her damage, let's see, she's 59, 58, and 36. What am I? She's not as high as me, at least in that list, but you're going to find that she can do a lot of stuff. The other thing, that if you are a new or returning character that you may or may not have seen before.
I'm not going anywhere.
All right, we're going to keep these two things here. So this is all that stuff that we opened up earlier. I can't sell any of it. It has no value. But if I open up my deconstruction box here, like what you used to have to do is you'd have to grab one of these, drag it out here, and say yes. And just one by one clean out your inventory. What you can do now is you can just drop them into the deconstruction box. Now notice they go into the right pane instead of the left pane. I'm going to get nothing for these. But I can just click a button and clear that all at once. Which is quicker than drag yes, drag yes, drag yes. So We'll go ahead and clean our inventory out there. All right, let's check make sure we are in the loadout we want. We are DPS, which is good to go. All right, well, this is the first mission, so we'll take a look at it. Urgent message, Nemro. Okay, so I'm probably not going to keep this character. So if anybody wants to see a particular part of the conversation, let me know. But conversation styles here often have to do with just what is your backstory of how you want to play your character. 85%, maybe 90% of the time, it's going to take you to the same thing. It will sometimes give you different reputation, light side, dark side points. It will sometimes give you different variations of a mission. Like you might decide to go disarm the bombs, or you might decide to attack the people, and something like that. Sometimes it just, are you going to give the snarky, sarcastic, or the, I'm all in, loyal response? But for the most part, they don't make a huge difference. So a lot of flavor, a little bit of gameplay. So like here, okay, give me the message. Shocked that he knows who I am, or arrogant, I don't answer to Nemro. We've already got cool armor, so we're going to pretend we're cool. And we'll go very classic bounty hunter here. Credits above everything else. Credits, reputation matter the most. Everything else can take a secondary to that. But we do think we're more than we are. We're only level 2, so we're well above what we think we are. So there's like a turf war going on here on Hutta. Oh, we got a da wunga wunga. So again, I can refuse my quest, but pay above everything else.
You don't seem entirely reliable.
All right, one thing we are kind of going to change here, though. We've got our cool blue mohawk that we can't see. So we're going to come in here to our outfitter, and we're going to hide our head slot. There we go. We didn't pay all that money to have somebody braid our blue hair in order to not be able to see it. Perfect. Oh, it even flaps in the breeze. Look at that. Let's get over here into the light. Oh, this is the first character I've actually used this on. I bought it and just never... I haven't updated any of my characters with it. For this character model, he's got such a wide body that it might not hang the best, but...
Excuse me, stranger. I don't mean to be overly familiar, but I think you're just the kind of person who can help me. My
Do I look
coward
helpful?
husband has taken my son, and I need someone with the wit and muscle to bring him back.
I don't care.
Your marital problems aren't my business.
My marriage has been dead for years. This is about my son. My son is gifted. Do you understand me? Gifted in the Force. He has the ability to train on Korriban and become Sith. My husband trained on Korriban. He had his chance at glory, but failed. And now he runs errands for a slimy hut. I will not have my son do the same. Please, you must help me.
Here we go. Money. Money talks, lady.
What's in it for me?
I'm not wealthy, but I'd give everything I have for my son.
Now you're speaking my language.
Good. I
Got
knew
a
I'd
creep
find someone
factor
sensible
going on.
eventually. He took my son to the shuttle port. A comm officer there who owed me a favor contacted me when they showed up. Be careful. My husband may not be willing to walk away peacefully.
She's just looking out for her kid. Okay, so again, on this mission, she is our employer, right? We have reputation and loyalty, so that's how we're going to play that one. We've got a brother here. His brother's in trouble.
Hutta, kid. You're new here. You look pretty tough. But let me give you a word of advice. Watch your back out there. Learn how to please the people in charge. And as soon as you can, get out.
Leave me alone.
I don't plan to stay any longer than I have to.
You got a good head on you then. Just hope that when you're ready to leave, you still can. There's a gang war raging out there right now. If you want to survive on Hutta, you're gonna have to learn the ropes. I can get you experience navigating Hutta's gangs, help you build your reputation, if you help me out.
Of course. There's always a catch.
This is a gangster town, controlled by a greedy and cruel Hutt named Nemro. As if there was any other kind. Used to be I worked for Nemro's gang. Violent, bloody life. That's why I left. But now, my little brother's following my footsteps.
Oh, no.
Nemro's street gang leader, Rex Gear, is my old buddy. I thought he might help get my brother out, but I can't get to Rex for all the fighting.
Where do I come in?
If you could blast your way through them and talk to Rex, convince him to let my brother go, I'd be grateful.
And what exactly do I get out of this, besides a reputation?
I told you what you stand to gain in terms of reputation, but if that's not enough, I think I can swing some credits.
You got yourself a deal.
Glad to hear it. You'll find Nemro's boys holed up in Jaguna, but you're gonna need to fight through Fothra's thugs, so be careful.
I will be careful. You got yourself a deal. Whoa. All right, so we are in mission mode now. So a couple of things. Obviously, if you've played before, this is obvious, but the map is grayed out. We can see what the map would look like, kind of a fog of war style thing. But you'll also notice that the blue areas are where we explored. We've got quick travel terminals that we don't have access to yet. When we get close to those, we'll get those. The ones that we do have here have opened up. We've got mission icons. We've got our zoom if you're trying to see something a little closer. So this will tell us the things that we need to do as we kind of work our way through the world. Again, purple quest is our class quest. Everything else, oh, you guys can't see it. Hold on. There we go. Everything else are just our side quests and things like that. So again, we list these up on our interface as well. I put mine in the upper right hand corner. You can put those anywhere you want. This one down here is tracking things that are, legacy and things like that. So we're going to turn that off. Don't need that on there. All right, let's go cause some mayhem. Let's do the Lou quest first. So the Lou quest, oops, nope, sorry, one building over. Take them out. So like I said, this is where we're going to be a little overpowered, right? Like if we need to clear this room, I think somebody's already cleared the room for us. What about this room? All right, like here, if I just target these guys and I tell Shay to attack.
No mercy! Someone clean up this mess.
Shay's going to do some damage. So there's normally NPCs in this room, but somebody's already beat us to it. Again, same thing. You'll notice the exploration icon style is different than the others, so you can kind of keep track of that.
You got some skill breaking through Fothra's line, and some nerve coming in here. Do I know you?
I don't have time for this. I'm here for the Brill kid.
What do you want with him? You working for Fothra too?
Look, I don't care one bit about Nemro or Fothra. I work for myself, and you're gonna give me the Brill kid.
Sorry, buddy, I can't do that. The Brill kid's a traitor. First time Fothra's thugs start shooting at us, he turns coward and tries to join their side. Nemro's gonna have a lot of questions for him, and I can't let him go.
My employer won't approve.
Now, we can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Look, I don't want to make trouble. So how about I pay you some credits and you go on your way? Tell Brell's big brother you got here too late or something. You'll be richer, and this weasel will get what he has coming.
Okay, so here's our first light side, dark side conversation choice. Now you'll notice that these icons, if I roll over, it will show me the light side, dark side by looking at it, but they're also showing up here. So let's escape out of this conversation. We're going to go into our preferences. And see if I can remember where it was. Like I said, I normally only change these when we first set up a character. Probably user interface. There we go. Show conversation alignment game. So we're going to turn that off. And we're going to go right back to that same spot of the conversation.
I don't. His bro. Now look.
Okay, so now you'll notice that these still show up. So you can still check it. So you know before you commit, unless I guess you hit the number 1 key and don't use it. So if you want to not know absolutely ever if something's going to be light side or dark side before you choose it, as long as you don't roll your cursor over these and you just press the, like if I press number 2 here, it's going to run the mission. Then, you know, you could go in, I don't want to say completely blind, but let the consequences be the consequences. I like to know what's going on, so I usually turn this one on. So not only can I roll over, but now I can see it anytime they're going to pop up, right?
I don't have.
So again, we'll get back to that.
Look, I don't.
Part of the conversation.
Now we can look.
There we go. So you can choose to make your choices light side, dark side driven. I have played some characters where, especially on the Sith or the Jedi, that the Force speaks to me, right? And so I'm always going to take the light side or dark side choice. This character, though, I'm going to play it based off of, again, reputation, honoring of contracts, you know, money driven, that kind of stuff. So I was hired to free this kid. Now, here's the conflict you'd have to make. Which one of those things is your own personal headcanon is more important? Honoring your contract or making the most money, right? You could make the argument that, like, hey, if I'm going to take this bribe, maybe I could make more money that way. But that would be breaking my contract. Now, you could also play your character so that, like, a contract is null and void if a better contract comes up. So this offer maybe is better. So it's up to you. You can play it. I'm going to play this one with the, I was hired by Lou, and I don't fail in my jobs, even if you try to talk me out of it.
I have a better idea. You let Brel go, and he and his brother leave Hutta, and nobody knows any different.
What am I supposed to tell the boys? Turn coward and get a free pass off Hutta? That kind of deal's no good for morale.
Not my problem. Would you rather get shot?
This isn't my problem.
You're not gonna give me a choice, are you? Looks like you got lucky, Brel. Your big brother's hired muscle just saved your skin.
Thank you.
You better get out of here, too. The boys won't be happy when they find out what you did.
I'm not worried about the boys. There we go. So again...
Too easy.
Oh, we finished something. And we leveled. That must have been a kill to 6 people. Alright, let's get ourselves to a spot where we shouldn't pull aggro. Let's do a couple of checks here. So we have leveled up to level 3, which means we can check. Okay, we don't get anything here until 15. Did we get any new skills? Probably not yet. They should automatically add to our bar, so I don't see anything new. Alright, let's look around. We still have our class mission, which is there. That's okay. Let's head to the spaceport next. That'll be the lady and the Sith kid.
Someone clean up this mess.
So yeah, we're basically one-shotting everything. All right. Up to the Spaceport we go. All right, so I see an icon, right? There's a terminal here. That's going to be heroics. Notice the colors of the missions. You don't see this very often when you get farther into the game. This is basically saying these are much harder to do. So the orange and the red. We're not going to grab them. We'll just stay with what we're doing here. We're on a mission. Mechs.
You're the one Gianna recruited to rescue her son. She said you were on your way. Look, I'll point out her husband, but that's it. He seems jumpy, and I'm not risking my neck.
You're off the hook. Just don't get in my way.
I appreciate it, I really do. Hey, Kendrell, somebody wants to talk to you.
Do I know you? What do you want with me?
I spoke to your wife. We've got business together. Your cooperation or else. I don't have to be threatening quite yet. Do I want to give up the information of why I'm here? Let's go with the business side.
I'm here to take your son to Korriban and to kill you if I have to.
My wife is so determined for our son to become Sith that she hires a bully to threaten me.
I'm not a bully. I was diplomatic.
There's no failure at the Sith Academy. Those who can't cut it die.
Well,
I got
you getting
wise and
cut
fled
it
before they could kill me, and I'll die before I see my son eaten alive by those Sith dogs. Let me take my son and flee. Tell my wife that you persuaded me, and we took the shuttle to Korriban. She won't know any different.
So here is, again, our contract is dark instead of light, right? I'm not going to lie for him. She hired me. And so I always honor my contract.
And there's nothing you can do to change that.
Before we go into that, though, let's take a look. So my character alignment is here. Notice that we don't have any alignment yet. While we did the light side thing here, we haven't turned this mission in yet. So those light side points that we earned from the one mission are still sitting there. We'll get those when we turn the mission in, right? So while during the conversation, it shows the alignment. All right, so you'll see the little thing pops up, the dark side, the 100 points pop over here. Until you turn the mission in, that doesn't apply. Cold. Had to be done. I did you a favor. Better go home.
I'm sorry about that.
I'll go home now.
Good idea. Before I shoot you as well.
That was... Never mind. Not my business.
Good. I'll shoot you as well. All right. So same thing here. The points haven't applied. So you notice we're still 0 and 0 here. But because the missions have not been completed. It kind of works pretty well from the bounty hunter thing. It's like we haven't settled up, right? Now, because we have unlocked things that we normally wouldn't have access to, let's go ahead and move that one. Put that down there and that down there. We also have the nice little perk of we can speed her up. So these early missions weren't meant to have speeders, but we do, and we will use them. That's right. I can't be seen as somebody who takes a contract and does not honor it. It's bad business. So shooting that kid's dad in the chest, just good for business. That's all. Okay, so this little warning. Bounty Hunter phase, your group mates can help you if they are not a bounty hunter or if they select allow access to same class story areas in the preferences window. Now, this is something, if you are playing in a group, let's see if I can remember where this one's at. Guild, inventory, missions. Set difficulty, display chapter warning. Difficulty preferences, activate outfits. Combat proficiencies, characters, cartel markets, cooldown settings, operations, social, show group. Show group is nice because it'll show you your group members' missions on your map. Tool tips, subtitles. Tutorial frame by frame, modifications. Maybe in social? Auto ignore, automatic hide, display phase. There we go. Okay. So let's say I'm playing with a friend and we're both bounty hunters and we're both going to play through the story together. When we would get here at this door, this is a personal phase, right? When I walk in here, it's going to be my copy of this Vex's safe house. When my friend, who is also a bounty hunter, walks in here, it's going to be his copy of this safe house. So we can both do this mission by ourselves. But let's say I'm having trouble getting through it and I want his help, right? That option that we just looked at, allow access to same class personal phases. If you turn that on, and I can't do this, but if we were grouped up and I walked in here, I believe it does a little pop-up that says, do you want to go into your phase or their phase? So you can go into the phase and help the person. Now for the conversations, they'll just be in spectator mode. So they'll just watch what's happening. But it does allow you to help each other out. Social, thank you. That's one that I haven't played grouped up for so long that I did have a fun run. My kids and I played a Sith version where the three of us we played 100% of the stories together as a group. But what we would normally do is we were all good enough players. When we would get to these kind of things, we would all just split up, do our class story, and then meet back up. So, all right, pick up this item. Return to Braden. Okay, so now if we look up here, we've got speak to the lady that hired us, Gianna. Speak to Lou, who hired us, and return to our class story. Again, everything but that purple one, completely optional. You could skip those if you want. We're going to be so over-leveled anyway that you don't necessarily need them. But I think a lot of at least for me, a lot of the experience is in the side quests. The class story missions are actually relatively quick. You can get through those pretty fast.
I just heard from my little brother, and it's a good thing, too. Fathra doesn't look like he's about to let up. And if it gets much worse, Nemro might start being more picky about who he lets on board the shuttles.
Your brother is an idiot.
We better settle up.
I can't thank you enough, kid. Here's the credits I promised. Be careful on Hutta, though. Hutts will eat you alive if you let him.
All right. We got 2,000 experience, 50 light side points, and 42 credits. So again, now if we open up this interface, you see they haven't applied. As soon as we click accept, there's our 50 light side points, right? Now let's go turn the other one in, which is going to be dark side points.
Thank you for returning my son to me. I don't know what became of my husband, and I don't much care. Soon Zion will be on the shuttle to Korriban. You did what was needed.
That's Callus. I think Nancy already hit on that. Credits now.
We better settle up.
Here's your reward, as promised. Zion may hate me for getting his father killed.
Congrats.
But
Stay safe on the road.
Make for a fine Sith.
So there we go. There's our 100 dark side points. So again, now if we look at this, we've got 50 light side, and our overall alignment is 50. If I accept this, we now have both 100 lights or 50 light side and 100 dark side, and our overall alignment is negative 50. So your overall alignment is just the mathematical of the two here, and I think these cap out at 11,000 to get all the way to the top. All right, so we've gotten ourselves some gear. So here is something we'll take a look at. So we've got boots now. So we'll swap out our boots. We'll put some gloves on and we'll swap out our pants. Notice that my character didn't change because we have the outfitter that keeps that look, right? If I go to here, we can see that, you know, again, my boots swap out, my pants swap out, and we got a pair of gloves that we didn't have before. So they're now on. So if you want to, I actually a lot of times will run my characters with this gear because it does give a visual progression as you're working through stuff. But if you would prefer, you know, to keep your look the same, you can do that. Now, the next thing we're going to notice here is if I go to my loadouts, now notice that my mercenary here has a gear level of 5 because I've added this gear, but my sniper still has a gear level of 3 because he's still wearing that original gear. So each loadout has an independent set of gear. So let's say I wanted that gear on my sniper, right? This is a little bit of a manual process. I'd have to load up my sniper, and then I could go ahead and come back here, and I could slot the gear. Now notice this set of boots I can't wear because the sniper, if we look at their skill sets here, let's jump in here. Sniper, they have passives for armor proficiency medium, blaster rifle, and sniper rifle. So they don't have the armor proficiency for heavy armor. So they can't even wear these boots. But this also means you can maintain a completely separate set of gear for each loadout if you want to. Again, they have to be in your inventory when you go to make the swap. So they don't like lock to the loadout. They have to be available. So like when I went to back here, if I went to switch here and I, let's say, put all that gear in my bank box or sold it, when I hit activate here, the gear would just go away. You wouldn't have that gear on. So keep that in mind. You can't just slot it once and then get rid of it. So, all right. So all we have left now, if we look up here at our mission set, we've got the Return to Braden mission. So let's go get that done. Also notice my health is recharging because I took all that gear off and swapped it. So.
I'm just saying I want to go on some missions. My blaster aim is pretty good. Anything's better than sitting around with you and our gear. No offense, big guy. Hey, look who's back. How'd it go out there, hotshot? Find anything?
A love for bloodshed. Knock off the questions. We're going to stay just focused on business here.
Vex left a data pad at his safe house.
Great, give it over and I'll see what I can make of it.
You should be. Okay, so we go arrogant. Pretty good. I think we've covered a lot of stuff. If you watch it later, if you watch it back, let me know if it helps explain the game. I think you've played before, but let me know. Okay, so now we have to decide, are we inquisitive? Are we team member supporting? We're just playing the game now. We're dealing with stuff as it comes up. Or arrogant. I tend to do the questiony ones as a general feel, but let's go team building.
Pleasure's all mine, big guy.
Since I know what happens to him later, it doesn't really matter.
In a generous mood today.
Hey, Braden. How was Nemro's palace? We getting our hunter in to see this hut?
I've laid the groundwork, but we're not there yet. What have you got?
A data pad from Vex's safe house. Crack the encryption in record time. Check out that last
She's
entry.
arrogant.
Our boy Vex keeps detailed records. There's a receipt here for a shuttle ticket he bought today. We'll have to move fast. Only the boldest make it into the Great Hunt. And Vex is a bold target. He's a champion gunslinger. Completely ruthless. What do you say, Hunter? You ready to Take down Vex all by yourself?
My kill, my credits.
If I take down Vex alone, I'm keeping the reward.
Nice try. No one works for free here. It's an even split among the group. If you head out now, you'll catch Vex at the shuttle port before he escapes.
We covered a lot of
Vex's
stuff,
ID tags
Kyler,
is
for
proof
sure.
that you're the one who got him. Anything else he carries is yours to keep.
O kakiza spida perupa. Gadwa shiniko higa danulia.
We got a new gun. And a new level. Things are looking up for our hunter. Alright, what is it? Hopefully it's main hand. There we go. Does it look the same? Yeah, I think it looks the same. Same basic model. But, so you can see our damage has gone from 145 to 152. How's our companion doing? That's got to make life interesting. Alright, so back to Vex's hangar, or back to the next stage of this. Again, if we hadn't done these missions, we could pick these missions up. We did get a new thing here called Power Shot. So I'm going to bring that down to my main bar. One thing they did mention in the live stream is they're going to add a speeder piloting 6 that will add this boost ability to all of your speeders. I can see a good side and a bad side to that. The good side is I love this boost ability. So I use these speeders just because they have the ability. The downside is these speeders were part of a $100 pack that you had to buy, and now they're taking that away. There's some risk in that, right? You know, it's like there were other things in the pack, but like one of the perks of the pack was that ability. And now they're going to give it to, I think it's a subscriber only. So the way I think they're trying to smooth it out is if you weren't a subscriber, you had to buy the pack to get subscription status. So that's how you got it. But that's a little, I'm going to say questionable on that one. You gave a perk and then now are giving it to everybody. Now that being said, that happens quite often in MMOs. Anything that you buy in an MMO, you have to just accept that you are paying for access to it at that moment. It could change down the road, which means, you know what, that thing might be given to everybody eventually. All right, I think this one has some comedy in it, so we can play around with this conversation. I like to zoom. So this is the quick shot, quick draw, super bad guy.
Never thought I'd see the day dashing Vex would get cornered by a brute enforcer.
I'm not sure dashing is the word you're looking for.
Ha! But I know something you don't. Vex is not your ordinary run-of-the-mill thug. Oh, no. Vex is the galaxy's greatest quick-draw artist. Vex can shoot your ears off so fast, you won't even hear yourself scream.
I like he talks about himself in the third person, so quick draw. This one cracks me up.
Show me.
Cheater!
So notice because we took that option, some of his health was actually gone. That's kind of a cool little thing. And there's no such thing as being too fast. What is it? Is it? Oh, I think it was it Big Daddy Don Garlich's Drag Racer? I think he has a quote that says, "There's no such thing as too much horsepower. There's only too little traction," or something like that. Same thing. There's no such thing as too much speed. Got a little tickle in my throat. No, I'm sure it'll be a commitment. Like if we look here, see, and it's per character as well. So that was 40,000. That's 175, 250, 600,000. That's 1.2 million for that one. I think you naturally get these for free. It's only if you want them early that they cost. I can't remember for sure. I always just buy them. So yeah, so if this one's 1.2 million, you got to figure 250. It's at least doubling each time. 40,000 to 175. That's a big jump. That's a little smaller jump. That's more than double. That's exactly double. But again, if you're getting speeder piloting 6, 1.2, let's say it's 2.5 million. If it doubles a little over, I don't know that it's going to stop anybody from getting it. That it's another money sink, though. I will give them credit. Things like that are a good way to help with inflation, right? Because basically, let's say it's 2.5 million credits. I'll probably buy it on all of my, I'm going to call them my rotation of characters, which is 24 characters, right? So that is just a way to pull out times 2,500,000. That's 60 million credits that it's going to pull out of the economy. Because if you're purchasing something like that, those credits are gone. They're removed from the equation, not just transferred. Oh yeah, didn't lose connection. So I don't actually mind the general concept. I would have preferred that they did it with something else. Although again, as a player, even as a player who purchased those bundles, I'm going to be happy to have that ability across all of my speeders, because now I can go back to the speeders that I want to use, as opposed to, do I use this speeder because it has the perk, or the speeder that I want from a visual standpoint? Now I have the option to do both, so I don't mind that too much.
Hey, old timers,
Oh, I think things are about to take a turn here.
Brayden. What happened? Is the old man...
Alright, we're not cold and calloused, but we're not necessarily revenge-driven either.
Calm down. Breathe for a second.
Don't treat me like a child. Brayden's dead. He's really...
Well, then don't act like a child. That was almost a laugh.
Wait. You had something to do with this.
I don't think you want to go down that road, Mako.
Are you crazy? Why would I kill them?
I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. It's just... I've been with Brayden for years.
I like Mako and
you
Vet
didn't
as
have any
companions.
reason to hurt him. And I just can't believe he's gone.
There must be some way to find out what happened.
You're right, there is. Jory and I set up surveillance gear all over this room. Whatever happened here should have been recorded. Fire up that monitor. Let's figure out who did this.
Well, maybe you should have thought of that first before you accused me of killing him.
Blasted. Someone's tampered with the recording. I can still get some of it, though. Here we go.
So if that's face paint, do you think I wake up every morning and paint that on my face?
Now if you know what's good for you, you're gonna back out nice and slow.
Oh, I know precisely what's good for me. Winning the Great Hunt won't merely be good. It will be splendid. When I win, the entire galaxy will know the name Taro Blood. And I'll charge a
Taro
fee for
Blood.
my services. Won't I, Seddon? The highest in the galaxy. Only the filthy rich will be able to afford you.
Taro Blood. I've heard of you.
Nearly got crippled by the other Mandalorians at the Great Hunt 10 years back. Ah, yes, that. An unfortunate bit of history.
He doesn't look that old.
This time, I plan to win. Of course, that will be simpler if my competition doesn't include rivals beyond my fellow Mandalorians. The Twi'lek Vibroblade Master from Ord Mantell? Gone. The Chiss droid builder fond of explosives? Gone. That just leaves your protege to remove.
Yeah, for sure. She comes a long way.
You misunderstand. The rules forbid killing competitors before the allotted hour. Thus, the promising up-and-comers I mentioned are very much alive. I simply eliminated them as threats. And how does one slow a charging Gundark, Sitten? Blast his legs out from under him. Destroy the upstart's so-called crew. I'll be outside, innocently unaware.
Jory, shoot the kill!
Too late, old man.
That scum. He didn't even have the guts to kill them himself.
I did.
He had his lackeys
I think
do
it makes more sense as a tattoo. That's a lot of detail. I guess unless you have some kind of just pre-printed thing you
Big
stick
mouth
it on
running
every
show
morning.
Claimed he was Tarot Blood. He's a big shot even for a Mandalorian. When he started out, Tarot Blood was major news. Rumor says everyone united against him when he tried the Great Hunt.
Although as a bounty hunter, if you wanted to slip into places unnoticed, like either you always wear a helmet, then you can show your face and people don't know who you are, or if you always had that painted on your face and you took it off, you would look a lot different. So. Let's see.
This time he's stacking the deck in his favor.
If what he said was true, he's already nicked some other competitors. Tarot Blood barely survived elimination from the Great Hunt last time. He was out on his back for years. Major squash, you know? If Blood's determined to win the Great Hunt, our best bet of
Is she
catching up to
looting
him
the
is beating
bodies?
you in that competition.
That seems simple enough.
The thing is, Braden spent all our credits getting us here. We're stuck on this stupid planet. Nemro the Hutt is the only boss with enough clout to sponsor you for the Great Hunt. We need him more than ever. If nobody knows Braden is dead, I should be able to get you a meeting with Nemro. This'll take every favor I can call in, and I'll need the tags from your bounty. It should be enough for 2 burials.
Whatever, let them rot.
I didn't know him well, but I'd still like to pay my respects.
No time. You've got to get to Nemro fast. Braden would understand, and Jory would insist. I did everything I could to build your reputation, but now you'll have to make an even bigger impression. Nemro's enemies are all over town. Take out some leaders before you visit the palace, and you'll score points for the Hutt.
I like when she kicks into like expert mode. Alright, so we got ourselves some more gear. We got ourselves a level. Again, we'll go ahead and gear up. Alright, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back and we'll go after what they're calling Big Chief. See you guys in a couple. Oh, the TV show or the streaming Mando series? Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
You get those supplies the boss asked for?
All right, back out into the wild. Here we go. Our mission is to defeat Fothra's street captains. So this is our first introduction to what they call enemy difficulty. Or maybe not. Nope, never mind. I thought the captains were strongs, but my memory is wrong.
Someone clean up this mess.
Alright, let's go check something here. There used to be, and this might be old legacy stuff, so if you're a returning player, there used to be a mission up here. So there's a speeder piloting vendor. Is that legacy?
Use my tricks, you'll get the big bounties and the fat pay. Good hunting.
Oh, maybe you do have to buy speeder piloting separate. We'll check that. Specialty goods, social items. Yeah, maybe they took it out. There used to be a mission. It's been a while since I played the early game. To find your trainer, but they changed it, I think, to that speeder piloting trainer. Yeah, so there's one here and one here. So I bet you these used to be the bounty hunter. Yeah, so notice that one has bounty hunter moves. And I bet you this one over here is the agent.
I know every trick of the trade.
Yeah.
Trust no one.
So those used to be the class trainers, but they've changed that system so much you don't need them anymore. All right. Let's head up and see the hut. Yeah, I know my bounty hunters, I know a couple are human. I think one is, where's my family tree? See if I've got their masks on. I think Mantadia is a Chiss. He's a Chiss. Manto, yeah, he's Chiss as well. Oh, no, that one's human. So that one's human, that one's Chiss. I like a Chiss bounty hunter. Works well in my head canon. I not only like their just general look, but just kind of their backstory as well. I've got a few Chiss characters. But yeah, you know, we got Sith Pureblood. There's a Ratataki, Gigawatt. Quackness, I think, is human. Zabrak, Miralakin, another human, Moralian. Yeah, they're both that way, both green. Human, Cathar, human. Got a lot in that list. Nautilin. But yeah, I do like a good Chiss bounty hunter. Okay, so in here, depending on your class, the bounty hunters go over there. The agents tend to go over there. They both basically do the same thing. It's just kind of where you interact with Nemro and stuff like that.
Hello there, handsome. Looking for something?
Oh, should we flirt?
Shall we get out of here?
Slow down, sugar. I'm working.
That's
Not to be rude,
quite an
but
opening
I need to
line.
finish crunching these numbers for Nemro.
Let's continue this conversation some other time.
Sure thing, cute stuff.
Oh, excuse me. So this one's a weird one because I don't think there's many classes that have like no conversation icon, no mission. It's just flavor conversation that you have with her. It's definitely different. Nice. I like the pop-up. Very original trilogy, cantina scene driven. There's definitely a scene of a very similar looking alien that pops up right at the beginning of the cantina. My mohawk's better than your mohawk.
Look, boss, little tiny man come to beg for mighty Nemro's attention.
Ikuramo ubanjoralipa istimboko. Rundikaba kyotopa ubanda baka mursanita.
I'm honored to be in your presence, Great Hut.
Kilikali koka. Chiliska tananga ime chaicho ronchika. Ubliluga. Chesko babuta griska tagaya osta. Gadwachine boiga. Anulio okna kisa spina perupa.
Take a look at his eyes. There's something we're going to check on here.
Mako said you're a powerful Hut, Nemro. Is that a lie?
Guanting, Noli Makichisa, Ninga Kituita, Nimo Tamu Viola, Tanque Kuta, O Walavanga, Tuske Warawa, Tablota Wichawa.
If there's money in it, I'll take any target.
Unagutna Nikmichawa Wemo. Kultura musta, wobrani tampio, tupushi wompa. Boka, tektalia shnek krula, woska kwapo nuta.
All right, 3 is interesting.
I could bring in Hutsbane alive. A nice prisoner to show off.
Little man is not a bounty hunter. Little man soft.
Dodi buna buna, manchika bog nonis nemo. Sayadumbi nu amatikuna. Chidu nintindoki.
Be careful, little bounty hunter. Hutsbane once blasted into other palace, killed pile of captains, murdered a mighty Hut.
All right, so if we look at his eyes, he's got like the, I can't remember what the name of it is, but the different colored eyes there. And then they're supposed to be, let's see if we can find it. Maybe it's outside. Let's see if she's talky here.
Good to see you again.
You know it. There you go. Thank you. It might be on the outside. All right, so here we go. We've got more side quests that we can pick up. Let's pick this up real quick.
You? Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, saved, of course. Nemro the Bounteous takes me from the swamp, yes? He gives me a new name, new job. He makes me Morsel the Administrator. Nemro orders me to keep work camp enforcers in line, but they hired to bully Evil Kai. They laugh at me.
We talking about gunplay? Or just a stern talking to?
Enforcers hard to hire, harder to keep, so they think they can do as they please. But we can't kill them. Go to work camp, wave your gun in Chief Enforcer's face, make him see Morsel no one to laugh at. And I have stack of credits for you.
We'll take a stack of credits. Alright, maybe at this door? Nope, maybe at the bottom door. Or maybe I'm thinking of something else. Alright, I'll have to look it up, but somewhere I saw something that had a set of lights that were the two different colors as well, but might not be for Nemro. Okay, let's see. We're leaving the town now. So we've got our mission down there and our side mission there. We could quick travel out. We'll go ahead and speed her out. Let's see what we can run into. So as soon as we leave town here, we're going to pop... let's talk a little bit about something here. If I was wanting to completely maximize my XP gain, I could come in here to my character perks, and I could find this... Where's it at? Class mission, PvP, exploration experience. So I could buy these out. So 10,000, 20,000, 30,000... 40,000 and 50,000. So as I leave town here, you're going to see on my map, we're going to open up a new area. And we gained 102 XP for that. If we purchased out the bonuses, we got 130 XP. So it is possible to, maximize your XP gains if you want to. Alright, let's go ahead and head over to the camp. And again, you're going to call... So let's talk a little, not necessarily new player guide, but game style and game design here. This follows what we sometimes refer to as a theme park style of gameplay. What does that mean? Well, what that means is we started out here in town, right? We started at the cantina. We went out of the cantina. We ran a mission here. I think a mission there. We cleaned up the streets. Then we came up here to the starport. Did a couple missions there. Came back to the cantina. Then we came out here to the palace. We did our missions there. Back to the cantina. Or I don't know if we went back to the cantina, but now we're kind of venturing out to the next area, right? So much like a theme park, this is like going to the next area, and it becomes a new little mission hub. Now, Nemro's Palace is going to be a mission hub for what we're doing as well, but we're going to run missions here, right? That's going to run missions down here. We're going to run some missions up here, and then we end up moving over here. We run some missions in this general area. Then we move here. We run some missions. This is Fothra's palace here. We run those missions. And so we just kind of work our way from attraction to attraction. And each one of these becomes a little hub. So the quest that we got in the palace, which is Morsel's quest here, gets us here. So it's sometimes we refer to that to as a herald quest. It's this idea to get you out to the next section so that you can pick up the new missions. All right, let's complete this mission first, then we'll pick up the new stuff.
I hear you giving Morsel a hard time. That you don't respect Nemro's authority.
What? Who you... Oh, man. Hey, look, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Me and the boys were just having some fun. We didn't think... You're not gonna kill me, are you?
All right, so this one could go either way. He did say to wave our gun around. Let's see what 2 says.
It's not that big a deal. Let Morsel do his job, and everything's fine.
All right, no problem, and thanks for not being all hard about it.
That feels like I undercut my employer. So we're going to back out of that one.
I hear you get... What?
We were hired to do a job, and that is to get these guys back in line.
If I have to come back out here, it'll be the last time.
You are not gonna have to come back out here again, boss. I guarantee it. We won't give Morsel a hard time anymore. Won't even laugh at his name. Swear.
All right, some more gear. So you'll notice just from a character progression standpoint, we're just slowly building up our first set of gear, right? So now we have a headband. Looks like we got another gun, which could be both main hand or offhand. So that went main hand. What's this one? This one's main hand only. So let's offhand this one. There we go. Anything else? We got a stem. Got our old gear. I sometimes keep my original set of gear, just as from a nostalgia standpoint. We got a rifle at some point. I'm not sure why. All right, let's go grab. This should be the something death, or I can't remember what they call him.
Hi, stranger. That's Evokai native speak for hello. Don't get a lot of visitors here who aren't backward savages. You come to the work camp looking for laborers?
That's not your concern.
Right you are. I spend so much time around these Evokai savages I forget my manners. My name's Varsunta, by the way. I deal salvage to the Evokai. Smelly work, but profitable. Most Evokai are decent, though not too bright. Like my little helper here. Say hello, Imat.
Welcome to Varsunta's many treasures. Do you know the Black Death who slaughters my people?
Imat, I keep telling you, not every off-worlder knows the Black Death. Oh, ignore him, stranger. This isn't your problem.
The Black Death.
Sounds to me like you're losing valued customers.
It's true. Business is way down lately.
The Black Death kills my people for sport. Butchers women and children.
He started out hunting hostile Evokai in the swamps, but now he's killing ones from the work camp. Having the time of his life. Keeps their ears and teeth as trophies. If this slaughter keeps up, I might have to get a real job. You know, I'll bet someone like you could convince this guy to quit. I'd sure make it worth your while.
If this guy doesn't take the hint, you want me to kill him?
Violence is bad for business. Your call, though. You're looking for a vehicle out in the swamps surrounded by security droids. This Black Death guy doesn't like visitors. You'll probably want to do something about his droids before you try talking to him. Good luck.
Find Black Death speeder. All right, let's go get Hutsbane first. And then food sounds good. I'll probably eat as soon as the stream's over today. Alright, so this is an area I actually go to if I need to just do the defeat enemies planetary quests. It's nice. So let's talk a little bit about, from a game standpoint, bonus quests. So you can see here we've got Big Chief. Big Chief is our main quest. Underneath that we have bonus. Also notice that it is indented, right? So keeping them in line is a bonus. If we complete the main quest here before we complete the bonus goes away. So if you do want the whatever, the loot, the rewards, the XP from the bonus quests, make sure that they are done before you complete the other. Now most of the time, like Big Chief here, the quest itself isn't going to end until you go turn it in. But occasionally they will end out in the field. Excuse me. So I often make sure that I get the quest done like that before I continue on with the main quest starting. Oh, is that the diner that you guys... I think you did a video from there at one time. Had a Star Wars section and an Elvis section and stuff like that, if I recall. Alright, I saw something right before I came in here. I want to check it out. I see a quest icon on the ground. There we go. Walked right by it. Nemro the Poltridunius has announced a bounty. Acquired advanced droid technology for gas mining for anyone who liberates the data core for one of these terrible, unfair droids. Brings it noble work camp. Many credits await. Alright, so that's down there. Oh, that's cool. Alright, so this is the Hutsbane mission.
Nemro found someone with no morals to destroy my village. Are you proud of yourself?
He's brave.
Filthy murderer? Will you butcher all the women and children as well?
Nope. Just the mean adult men. No, just you. If necessary.
There's no bounty on them. Just you.
Wait. Perhaps there is another way. The Hutts would slaughter us like criminals, when it is they who have taken what is not theirs.
Yes. This planet was home for Evokai long before the Hutts came.
You are a warrior. You must understand why we fight for our birthright.
Hutts are fat-thieving slugs. No doubt about that.
You see, Hutsbane? Not all outsiders bow before the Hutts. You are here for Hutsbane's head. But Nemro does not know one Evokai from another. Dead warriors' heads all look alike to him.
You would desecrate our dead and give it to this? To an outsider?
Won't Nemro be suspicious when Hutsbane keeps raiding?
From this day forward, our young warrior will aid his people from the shadows.
No! There is no honor in making deals and butchering our own dead.
Calm yourself, Hutsbane. I fear this outsider will best you if it comes to battle. Today, we must place survival above honor. Outsider, will you take the head of a dead warrior as a substitute?
Only if I can hack it off. That is pretty bad. If you go this route, it's actually... There's some suggestive, gross sounds in the background that I remember. But we were not hired to make a deal. So...
I'd never miss out on fighting the infamous Hutsbane.
Come and fall under my blades.
Warriors, rally to Hutsbane!
Rally to Hutsbane! Spiritual leaders down. Shay took out the reinforcements immediately. Alright, so now we have in a bag we have Hutsbane's head. Just carrying around in our pocket. And we got a holocall. Okay, so holocalls, this is a mechanism they use to... So you don't have to necessarily always go back. So if we notice up here, the Big Chief mission is just being continued by the holocall, as opposed to having to go all the way back. So kind of varies from... You see this every once in a while. It's probably be from Mako, I would guess so.
Hey, it's Mako. Got some information for you.
Did you find out more about the Great Hunt or Braden's killer?
That and more. I've been a busy girl. The man who killed Braden really was Taro Blood, a big shot from Alderaan. After he washed out of the last Great Hunt, Taro spent years building up support with the Mandalorians. The Great Hunt is a Mandalorian tradition. Entry rules are different for their people. Since Taro's a Mandalorian, he competes with them to enter. Now, he's buying off the other Mandalorians so they don't gang up on him again.
Yeah, we have a little community up on Discord. The link should be in the description. Let me double check. I think that link is still active. Yeah, the invite link should still be active. If it doesn't work, let me know.
A coward and a cheat. This scum dies.
That's what I like to hear. For now, concentrate on impressing Nimro. His sponsorship is your only chance of getting close to Taro Blood. Oh, one more thing. While I was out taking care of saying goodbye to Braden and Jory, I caught someone following
Victus's view on the world is always entertaining.
Tall, or a white bone mask, like a death's head.
This fella try to come after you?
No, but he could tell I spotted him. Anyway, eyes open. Go show that Hutt who's the best bounty hunter in the galaxy.
Alright, so we have Black Death and the droid here. Now again, remember... Oops, we pulled aggro before we got on our speeder here. We are doing these missions with an account that has some pretty powerful perks. 2, we have speeders. 3, we have a companion. So they're honestly quite a bit easier than they would normally be. Okay, which one do we have to get? Fothra mining droid. Is that one? There we go, runaway. Yeah, so this should be the mission. And then we have this guy who we really shouldn't be tackling by ourselves. But with Shay and our generally overpoweredness, go ahead and take him out as well. Ooh, what do we get? Is that also Hoffhand? Yeah, that'll be better than our... Oh, look at all that damage. We're getting so strong. Okay, we should be able to take the back way in to the Black Death, so we can come up this side. But while we do that, let's see, where are we at? Over here. There we go. We're going to go up this little section here. Oh, excuse me. We'll run up the hill here and kind of around the back. So we could have just followed the water up that way. But there is a datacron right here. We probably already have it. Yeah, you're no longer able to access it, but that's one of the datacrons on Hutta if you are looking for them. Yeah, I think the rifle might be for the secondary class. I agree. Alright, so here's the hunting droids that we have to get. We turn off. There we go. If we get 6 of them for the bonus. Done and done. Click on this to summon the Black Death.
Stop this nonsense at once. What do you think you're doing, blasting my droids? I'm a senior administrator of Zerka Corporation.
You could be the Queen of Naboo for all I care.
Watch your tone, little boy. I'm an important man. I demand to know why you're disturbing my hunting trip.
Oh, that's cool, Victus. That's nice. Oh, the Kessen's Landing Datacron. I've done it. I can't say I remember it. Is it... Oh, is it like on the southwest side? Yeah, I've done it because I have it, but honestly, I'd have to look at it again. Have you unlocked the... Yeah, you should have unlocked the shield, right? I think you need the shield to get to it. The radiation magma shield. Beyond that, I think there's fighting. I have vague memories of it, but not enough to actually, I think, give any tips. All right, let's see. You're killing natives. It's about your hobby.
You have a sick fascination with collecting the natives' ears.
I always take trophies from my kills. It's half the joy. I have Gundark ears and Rancor tusks, too. We both know Ebo Kai are no better than act dogs, so stop pretending this is about them. Look, I understand how things work here on Hutta. I'll pay you handsomely to leave me in peace.
Okay, so again, it's not our contract. Yeah, if I remember right, and again, I'm only about 50% on this. But if I remember right, I think you need that shield to get it done. But I might be wrong on that. It's been a while since I've done that one. Like, I think I did it within the first month or so of when Kessen Landing came out. All right, we don't go back on a contract, so we're not taking a bribe.
You're not buying your way out of this.
Oh, for the love of... What do you want from me? Stop wasting my time and name it.
Okay, so here is a legitimate decision, right? What would our employer want? Does he want us to kill or just get him to stop killing the people? The other way you could look at some of the... And again, this is headcanon. It really has zero bearing on the future of anything, right? You know, would I rather keep this guy alive and have him as a potential asset down the road or kill him? So we're going to go with more power comes from having influence over people. Yep. We're going to take the business side.
The Hutt considers the Evokai his personal property, and you're poaching them.
What? Oh, I had no idea. If my leisure pursuits have offended mighty Nemro, I'm truly sorry. I will cease my holiday immediately and pack up my campsite at once. Please give Nemro my apologies.
You too, Victus. Thanks for swinging by. Always good to see you. Good luck on your new short. All right, so if we kind of look back on our map, we've got a couple of turn-ins here, so we'll go turn those in. We'll just let the droids chase us. Oh, nope. My rule is if you knock me off my speeder, you must pay the price. If you chase me and just shoot at me, I'll forgive it, but once you knock me off my speeder. All right, so one of these is just a turn in. So we got the Datapan mission down on the south, and then this is the spot that we go to turn that mission in.
Terra, I've come about Nemro's bounty on the advanced droid data cores.
Ja koga hutapawada bambaula. Ki fa gutai oto India.
But you don't care, do you?
Crispa doe kankin kunke gupa.
All right, we'll go turn in our other mission here with Varsunta.
One of Emot's little buddies stopped by. Said he saw the Black Death packing up his camp. Nice job.
No worries.
I don't know what you said.
No
to the
worries.
Guy, but thanks.
I wish the Black Death had paid for his crimes against my people, but I am grateful for your efforts.
Wasn't my call to execute him. That's someone else's duty.
I didn't mean execution, but perhaps if he'd lost his eyes and ears.
That's enough, Emot. Get back to work scrubbing those broken power converters. Here's your credits.
Emot's got a dark side.
Safe travels to you.
Oh, yeah, new boots. And a level. So you can see, leveling-wise, we're doing just fine. We'll put on our new boots. Oh, I can't pull up the galaxy map. Honestly, if you get to level 10-ish, by the time you finish this planet, you're good. And we still have about 2.5 areas plus heroics to do here. We can quick travel. Now, if you are free to play, I think there is a timer on this, although there should be a perk, which I believe is available to everybody. Question is it account wide? Where's a character? Okay, yeah, so it's this one here. Reduces the cooldown of quick travel by 2 minutes, reduces it by 2 minutes, reduces it by 2 minutes. I think, at least for a subscriber, this makes it so you can quick travel as often as you want. Does it unlock? Yeah, it might unlock the fleet as well. It's been a long time. I haven't played a new character in a long time. Alright, let's go ahead and shoot our way up here. Alright, no side missions have popped yet. So here you'll see a little quest design. So, again, out here in kind of the cantina section, not a lot going on. But once we go talk to Nemro here, should see a change.
Good to see you again.
Always good to see you. We're in good graces now. We can just run right up to him. Nobody says a word.
Tabatonga. You smell like dead savage. Ugly yoga. Chesko babuda gliska tagaya oska.
Hutsbane was a noble and brave warrior.
Dodi buna buna. Manchi kabog nonis nemo. Gadwachi nek boiga. Anulia okba kisa spina perupa. Nikme chawa. Wirmo mukili moklonki.
Plunky. I was almost a McCulkey.
Looks like a turf war between you and another hut.
Conchuta. Kasu yali koira. Dokanti kong. Gubajiji, Guaping, Noli Makichisan. Oh, Wala Wanga, Tuske Warawa, Tablota Wijawa.
You're kind of a one-solution hut.
Yokato Krista. Chunky salamanana topa.
A lot of head delivery.
Ubanjoraliba istimbobo.
Harassing people isn't usually my line of work.
Jubanitori. Nanana tota. Daida wanawanga.
Wanga wanga.
Pokachula. Chanusa asubi mota. Gomecha. Bonta pakit pa.
We've seen this person twice.
See Judah when you want credits. She pay you for dead savage.
Don't know if it's a little foreshadowing or not. All right, I think we got our last piece of gear. So we now have a complete set. We're still missing new arm guards and none of this stuff, but... So now if you look at the map, we've got 2 more missions that have popped up. Because we have advanced the storyline, right? So a lot of times these side missions are linked to your progress through the other missions.
I was hoping you'd say that.
That's not what I meant. You're a bad one. Here you go. Credits for the head of Hutsbane. Good work there.
She's pretty cheery. Oh, we got another weapon. And some credits. Hutta Battler Offhand. Yeah, we'll keep the one we have. All right, this is probably not a bad place to wrap it up, but we have one more thing we want to look at. So here, you see how it says you have entered a rest zone. So if we watch the bar up here, our XP bar, assuming this is actually a rest zone, it should turn green. So we'll give this a second. I'm not going to pick up these new missions because normally I'd pick these up as we go to the next phase. If this doesn't actually trigger, we'll go back to the cantina. See if we can get it to trigger. At a low level, I think it takes a little bit. There we go. So notice how that bar went from yellow to green. What this is it's called Rest XP. So notice that now it says 8,857 of 15,070 experience points, 1 rested. If you log off in a cantina or stand in a cantina, I don't know if they changed it so that if you log off outside of a cantina, again, all my characters are maxed on XP, so I don't think about it. But you'll gain this rested XP, and you'll gain it even when you're logged off. So the next time you log in, you'll have this bonus rested XP. The number can be as large as the total amount of XP you're going to get for your next level. So I can bank up 15,070 rested XP. While you have that rested XP, anything like your combat, like you get XP for killing something, will actually double. You'll get double XP for it. So if it would have been 50, you get 100 until you use that up. So what would happen is you would gain 100 XP, but it would take 50 out of your rested pool until you deplete that rested pool. So if you are early level and want that extra XP, make sure you always find yourself a rest zone to log out in. That way you're accumulating that rest XP. It makes a difference for sure. All right, well, I think this is kind of a good natural spot to stop. We'll do a quick little recap here. Hopefully, if you've never played the game or you're returning to the game, some of those tips and tricks were helpful. I did not hit on everything. There's so much stuff that you could consider. But those are the things that I always go through when I'm starting up. Yours will vary a little bit depending on the type of account you have, obviously the number of rewards that you have and things like that. If there's anything that I either skipped over or didn't cover that you want to know about, go ahead and throw it in the comments down below. Be happy to either make a video or do another stream covering some of that kind of stuff, or just integrate it into our normal SWTOR streams as we kind of move forward. That's good. I always think of it as like if you pick up one thing that makes your life easier, then it was probably worthwhile. So, again, this game's been out for 13 years, so there's lots of layers upon layers upon layers of stuff going on. It's hard to keep track of it all, but if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. I'm definitely happy to help there. With that being said, I think we're going to go ahead and call it. Again, we stream every Saturday morning for Extra Life. You'll find a link to Extra Life in the description or the chat down below. That'll take you to my donation page. All that money goes to the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. In my case, Phoenix Children's Hospital. That's my local hospital. And that is active 24/7. So you can donate whenever. If you can't donate, that's cool. I completely understand that. But you can also help me by getting the word out there. So that link can be shared in anywhere. So your social media, and anybody who clicks on that link will go to my donation page and help out some sick kids and their families. Yep, absolutely. I think probably tomorrow is going to be something Stardew related. I'm still not 100% sure what we're going to do. We might jump in and tackle some mod reviews or something like that tomorrow. And then Monday we'll get back to the Joja run. That's the plan right now. We'll see how that goes out. I do appreciate you guys. I appreciate everybody as part of our streaming community. So we are definitely a believer in streaming. Kyler, are you streaming right now? Let's take a look here. Edit. Redirects. Let's see who is streaming right now. Raptor. Cozy Geeky. I see an Extra Life stream. I don't see Kyler's stream. Nope, I don't see Kyler's stream. I'll hold here for a second to see if he's still listening. I see other people named Kyler streaming, but not the Kyler I'm looking for. Let's jump up to his channel real quick. Let's see, Kyler, where are you? Kyler, there you are. Doesn't look like he's live right now. Alright, so Kyler's not live. Who else is live right now? Geeky's live. Is Geeky doing charity right now? Let's see. What is Geeky streaming? All right, I think we'll raid Geeky Standoff. Geeky Standoff is from the UK. Let's jump back here. Now, just a forewarning. Geeky's language is not as family friendly as my language is. So no going in. He's also not playing SWTOR. He's playing Monster Hunter right now. But no going in if you do go into a geeky stream. Mostly his language is a little more adult than my language is. So just as a fair warning, before you join a stream, and don't know that going in. So all right, with that being said, again, I want to thank everybody for the support to our channel. It is very much appreciated, and we do believe in. Yeah, I wouldn't figure you would be offended or anything, but I'm a believer in being 100% transparent. I know it's not for everybody, and I do try to run mine as family friendly as I can be. So it's just it's information, right? All right, how much rested XP have we got so far? Look at that, 12 points. But again, we do appreciate the support. We appreciate the community that we are building here on the channel as well. If you're into the Stardew side, I do have a Stardew poll running on content. And then I think I'm going to start doing some little mini games and contest type of things in the post section to try to build some community around that as well. So keep an eye out for that kind of stuff. But we will leave you like we always leave you. Be part of a gaming community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Go watch, play, or create something great. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Take it easy.